Thank you for the follow. Magindarang araw, Maya Magindra, Cannibal Mermaid VTuber. We are playing Taisho Romance Theatre. I know this game has been I've been receiving emails for this game since I know one festival ago, at least two festivals ago. And I end up being too late to play it. So I'm so sorry. I'm playing it now as a theater kid. Want to play the theater kid. See, the Taisho period, one of really interesting period in Japan before they did things to my side of the world. but the fashion is great. The fashion is crazy. The fashion of Taisho period is crazy. I like the Raido Kuzunoha games. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Yes, hi. Hi. I am playing it. I'm playing it right now. I'm playing it. Yeah, but listen. I love VNs. It's just streaming VNs will murder me. So I took a rest and then I'm playing it. I'm playing it. I think I might be dreaming. I have very little idea. I did not spoil myself for this game. Wanted to experience it blank. Are we starting soon? Or yeah, we're gonna act. And then we're gonna make the boys kiss probably. A warm soft darkness wraps around me. In the boundless distance, specks of light glimmer like emeralds. The demo is really long. Yeah, I saw that it's around 4 hours if I more than if I read it. We'll see how far I go. I drift in this amniotic blackness which bathes my bare eyes, ears, nose, and mouth in bliss. As that brilliant jade hue engulfs my body, the stars begin to blink in unison. And from the furthest depths from within me, from such an intimate darkness, rises a chorus of sighs, so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Ah, here you are. Something brushes gently against my cheek, delicate as a feather. It stirs a breath of air that leaves ripples in my vision, even smaller than I thought. So it's been this long. I wanted to open my mouth to ask whose voice this is, but what reaches my senses, even before the voice, is a taste, bitter and impossible to describe. Why can't I remember your name, no matter how hard I try? At some point, I'm not sure when, the feather-like sensation gently settled over my face. Why are you making that face? That's not like you at all. Well, I'd like to gaze at you a little more, but this place isn't for you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Kotori. Kotori Sakuma. Next time we meet, don't forget me. Well, too late. Well, I forgot everything. Kotori? Kotori? My head hurts. Who's calling me? Oh, that's me! That's me! Ugh. Are you alright? Come on, wake up. A voice tinged with concern, someone gently shaking my shoulder. I pry my eyes open. The familiar interior of the car swims into view, and so does Kazuya, his face taut with worry. Thoughts and memories fall back into place. The din outside seeps through the windows as the car speeds along a road lined with gas street lamps. We're on our way to see the new residents in Ginza. The troop leader, Kazuya, seems intent on settling down in Tokyo this time. No, I'm fine. I guess I just overslept. I couldn't wake you at all. Were you having a nightmare? My body's still sluggish from sleep, and my audio is maxed out, and I'm gonna adjust it a bit, alright? And cold, clammy sweat clings to my skin. In the car window, I see my reflection, haggard and drawn. Maybe I did dream of something, but no matter how I try, I can't dredge up the faintest memory of it. I glance at Kazuya. Anxiety still written all over his face, and he's been so pale lately. For a moment, I can't tell which one of us looks more like they've just escaped a nightmare. I better not worry him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. What about you? Didn't get any rest either. You look even worse than me. We're tossing and turning in your sleep. I thought you were having another flare-up. As long as you're fine now, that's all that matters. It's been a whole year. We can't expect everything to be like it was back then. The flare-ups. That's a long story. We were supposed to arrive in Tokyo a year ago to begin a tour. But maybe that's how accidents are, with no rhyme or reason. Something happened to our train that day, and I hit my head during the accident, so I can't recall much from before. By some stroke of luck, no one else in the troop was seriously injured. Only I was knocked unconscious for a while, leaving me headaches that come and go. Since then, Kazuya has gotten overly worried with me. His own health has been getting worse too, though he's still in good spirits. Just like Hatsuyuki. He claims it's only from the shock. But whenever I say to take it easy or get some rest, she either doesn't answer or changes the subject. Well, I'll get some proper rest once the premiere is over. Things are fine for now. Thank you for caring so much about me. Anyway, Tokyo seems to have changed again. Did the tracks run this far out last time? Quite the sight. How does it feel to be back after so long? Kazuya's words leave me at a loss. Everyone says I grew up in Tokyo, but I have only the most fleeting impressions of this vast city. Also, this might be the problem with all big cities, but everything just feels suffocating. The buildings, the railway lines, the bustling throngs. Oh, this isn't the worst that Tokyo will get. Why? Really fit in here? What was that? Nothing. Well, if you really want to know, I'm just a bit worried. Why is this all of a sudden? We can't possibly be the only troop in Tokyo, can we? But that's what's bothering you. It'll be fine. With you and Hatsuyuki here, all we need to do is keep doing what we've been doing during the tours. But I suppose it's good that you're so nervous. Who's nervous? Alright, have it your way. Well, Hamuro-sensei gave me a script a couple of days ago. Want to go over it together tonight? Hamuro-sensei came back? Hamuro-sensei is a playwright on good terms with Kazuya. Kazuya has always held them in high regard and entrusted them with the scripts this time. Although Hamuro-sensei is technically a member of the troupe too, they've always been elusive. I haven't seen them a single time in almost a week on the road. I thought we'd be waiting a while longer. You mean it's just that no one told me? Sorry. I was planning to tell you once we got settled. Since we've been on the go lately. Hey, Eki, hello. Rest has to come first. How was the foxing? Are they happy? Did you get to heal that girl? Nihonbashi. We're almost here. It's fine. It was the demo. You, Valorant. I'll continue some other. Are you gonna you're gonna buy the full game? Okay, we understand. It's your money. Merry Christmas. We're almost there. We're playing. We just started like Taisho Romance Theatre. It's a demo. It's a dating sim where I play an amnesiac actor. Yeah. Not this again. Fine, I'll let you off this time. So this is Ginza. Haven't streamed in like a It's fine. Closer we get to Ginza, the more I sense Tokyo's opulence. My only real impression is of the crowds, but here at least, the extreme value of every square foot of land is almost tangible. Living in a place like this, Kazuya said we have an investor's backing, but I still can't help but feel uneasy. Not to mention the car rental fee. We used to pinch pennies to make ends meet. My thoughts drift further and further away, and by the time I regain my focus, Kazuya has already moved on to another topic. Oh, did I ever tell you about where we'll be staying? Sorry, what? Apart from mentioning it's in Ginza, Ginza is like the fancy part of Tokyo, right? Everything I know about Tokyo I learned from Shin Megami Tensei games. And maybe the world ends with you. I've never been. He's never brought it up. It must have slipped his mind with everything going on. The house we'll be staying in, half the ground floor is rented out to a cafe. I heard it's quite a popular spot. Though coffee isn't really a novelty in Tokyo anymore, their fresh fruit ice cream is one of a kind. I remember you and Hatsuyuki loved this back in school, and you were the only ones who could afford it. I almost say, isn't it kind of weird eating cold treats in winter? But the look on Kazuya's face somehow stops the words in my throat. Like he's lost in memories. Huh. Maybe I really did love those little treats back then. I'll give it a try if I get a chance. You've still got some way to go. Anything else on your mind? Tell me more about the old days. The only choice I have. Oh, why the sudden interest? Where to begin? I guess I'll start with how things were before the troupe came together. We first met in Sasaki Sensei's piano class. He always had that stony face, looking so glum. I couldn't really hold a conversation, so Hatsuyuki tried to trick every trick to make you smile. Hello, Frankie. Hi, Yanli. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Sprout. What were you doing? We're playing. Oh, it's Valorant. How was Valorant? Did you win? Did you shoot people? Eh, mainit, mainit. Yeah, it is. Proud. Alam ko we lost and we won. Good job. Good job. Speaking of losing and winning, my hamster is now set for like the holiday break that I'm gonna take. But it's also in a different house and I'm sad. But real winners are the friends we make along the way. That's right, that's right. And the people that we get banned because we report them. Hee. That's the real winning in games. Being a snitch. Yeah, but today we're playing Taisho Romance Theatre. It's still a demo. It's a game where we play an amnesiac actor, and that's all I know. Amnesiac actor, Taisho, period Japan, pretty art. We just started. Our friend is just talking to us about the past. Oh, thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, don't worry about it. If you want to stay and chill, I'm just gonna read this game out loud until I die or something. Until my body can't hold anymore. Let's see how far we'll go. Who is Hatsuyuki? Hatsuyuki sounds like my sister. We found out that you liked ice cream only because she dragged you to try out the nearby cafe. You barely said a word, but you sure weren't shy with the food, so... then you blurted something out, which is how we learned that you just thought it was so cool. Hey, much as I'd love to shoot this down, that does sound like the kind of thing I do. Judging from Kazuya's expression, he could keep going. No, I don't think that'll go well. This... Let's leave it at that. Anything else? How've you two been lately? You and Hatsuyuki look so worn out every day, and your mind's always wandering. You two aren't keeping anything from me. Are you dinner well? Dinner well, Frankie? Eh? No. Why would we? I haven't even said anything and you're getting all worked up. Sorry, I just... Just what? I was just teasing you earlier, but the truth is, I also... And well, we've had so many delays getting to Tokyo, I didn't want to bring down morale. Kazuya forces a smile, but it seems rather strange. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you like that. But you know you can talk to me about these things. Yes, I know you worry about me too. Thank you. I can tell you have more questions, don't you? What's the script about? Yeah, good question. We are a theater troupe. What is the script about? Hamuro-sensei says it's based on your... Right, you don't remember. He once brought back a manuscript of an old play. Quite a long time ago. Hamuro-sensei took a look at it and said it was very inspiring. Apparently, this new script was influenced by it. I brought that? Yes, but that was ages ago, back when the troupe was just getting started. Later, you gave the manuscript to Hamuro-sensei. If you want it back, I'll ask them for it when they return. Kazuya. Sometimes I think he really takes things too seriously. It's fine, no need to bother. As we speak, the car makes a turn past a cafe sign. It veers away from the bright, bustling main street and comes to a stop in a narrow alley. All that glitter and clamor vanishes abruptly, along with the words I meant to say. The alley is deserted but neatly swept. The space before the doorway is lit by the dim glow of a yellow lamp. The cars carrying the other members are already parked up ahead, and people are moving back and forth with luggage. All right, let's go. I didn't even notice Kazuya getting out. The coat draped over his arm adds to his gentlemanly air as he opens the car door on my side. You. Never mind. Oh, it's cold. Hey, yo? Oh. Oh, hi. Thank you. You know what? My weakness is actually bowl cuts. Anyway, I blame JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. After so long in the warm car, it slipped my mind how biting the wind would be. I hurriedly scramble back to grab my jacket, but Kazuya beats me to it. He shakes out the coat he's holding and wraps it around me. He buttons my collar, takes a step back, and looks over me head to toe, then nods in seeming satisfaction. I also did not think Kazuya would be this fucking tall. He looked so baby girl, okay? He looked so baby girl. There we go. His faint scent of alcohol and antiseptic is now more noticeable than ever. Also, who's the person with the white hair in the corner? That seems distinct. The chilly air still brushes against my exposed skin, but for some reason, I feel as if I'm burning up instead. I'll go in first, As I'm trying to shake off this odd atmosphere, but as I hastily barge ahead, I forget to pay attention to my surroundings. Before I know it, I crashed headlong into a young man. Not the pain that hits first, but a strange cloyingly sweet smell, like rotting fruit. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you alright, Sakuma-san? Otter, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry about that. I'm just glad you're okay. Let me carry those up for you. Time for a break, at last. After unpacking the last suitcase, I've got no energy left for etiquette. I collapse onto the sofa, utterly spent. Leaning against the soft cushion, I stare blankly at the ceiling light for a while until I feel myself gradually reviving. And the gifts I brought. I have gifts with the Paulonia seals. Alright. There's still a jumbled up heap in the corner. The Paulonia seals on their wrapping gleam under the light. I receive these gifts every month. I practically have the pattern memorized down to the last detail. They leave me inexplicably irritated. To be honest, I have no clue who's been sending them, but Kazuya told me they've been arriving backstage ever since my debut performances, always stamped with the same Paulonia seals. What does this? I have no idea what this flower looks like. Hold on. Paulonia. Plant. Oh, flower. Ooh, that's pretty. Where does this grow? This is not a tropical plant. Okay, it's a tree. East Asia and China. Yeah. I feel like this needs snow. This is a kind of plant that requires snow to survive. We don't have snow here in the Philippines. It's most likely some young master or lady from a distinguished family since they get to use the emblem, but their taste is unfathomable. Most of the gifts just end up collecting dust. Look at the time. Kazuya's probably waiting at the rehearsal room by now. Forget it. I'll deal with this stuff later. Oh. Huh? Huh? Flash. My hair's fine. Huh? I turn to glance behind me. It's empty. Nothing there at all. Is that just my imagination? Why am I getting so paranoid? Hey, been waiting long? Not at all. Really? Wouldn't it be better to take a break tonight instead? I reflexively touch my face. Kazuya notices and can't help but laugh. Don't worry, you haven't got eye bags. Here's the script. Why don't you take a look first? He hands me a stack of neatly bound papers that cover entirely blank. Let's read the script. Got any rice? Oh my, Takemi-sama. You've come at an unfortunate time. The aged rice is long gone. All that's left is the grain from the new harvest. Not a single bag? Not a single bag. If you want some, you'll have to come earlier tomorrow. And ready your purse, for the prices has risen by 1 sen. Fine. I've still got dried fish at home. But But change is good for the appetite. It's no big deal. I feel like I've heard this song before. Andy and Lele. This is the same song in the background of Andy and Lele. All right. I know where it's from now. I mean, it might be. This should be royalty free, right? Right. Yeah, it's the same music asset. There we go. I'm off. No need to see me out. Take care, sir. Penniless wretch. How long will radish leaves and dried fish fill your stomach? Ahem. Sensei, you're getting distracted again. Oh, my apologies, You seem down lately because of the unpaid wages? You're still a student. You don't need to worry about these things. I'll be here for class no matter what. No, I'm not thinking about the school. It's just that I saw a job advertisement the other day for a newspaper. I was thinking, you write such fine essays, Sensei. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try, don't you think? And pay so well. But it's been years since That doesn't matter, Sensei. There's a lot of students eager to try their luck and in urgent need of your guidance. I'm out of firewood. The rice, too. Where did these rats come from? Not a grain spared. And there's still the rent. Is it true? With no money, is there no hope? At least this pen can still write. In late spring, a warmth swiftly returns to the land. I receive an invitation from an old friend, and thus I journey to a temple within the mountains. Behold the weeping cherry in full bloom. How have you been? He inquires of me. Perhaps due to the heady wine or the petals that float within my cup, I find myself fully intoxicated. The deepest truths of my soul, it seems, can only be spoken amid such sweet scenery. Wait, why is it cut off? Kazuya doesn't seem surprised. Maybe it's a misprint? Never mind, I'll improvise for now. Oh shit! Oh, I get to write the script. Never did. Let's go for this one. Wait, what? As soon as I speak that line, the remaining text is swept away by some unseen force. In its place, black lines ride and squirm across the page, weaving themselves into new words faster than I can blink. My body feels like it's boiling, surging through my veins, searing in my throat. The pain blazes like I'm swallowing flames, as if raw flesh is being torn from my mouth to feed those growing black lines. My mind goes blank. When I manage to come to and flip ahead a few pages, the text has settled into a coherent story. There's no remaining trace of the distortion from before. My friend's face is steeped in the glow of dusk, and a faint memory stirs. No, that's not how it goes. My eyes are fine. Am I haunted or something? Holy shit. If only I could write the same way, There's this piece that I've been trying to finish. It's been how many days? If only I could just say one line and then it auto finishes. That would be great. Not in a chat GPT way, I definitely wrote this way. A dull ache blooms in my head. My temples draw tight, pounding. Those black marks imprinted on my retina still twitch spasmodically in the corners of my vision. But as soon as I focus my gaze, they turn into perfectly ordinary blocks of type, lying completely still. It's as if this is how they've always been, as if everything I saw was a mere illusion. My dazed look must have been too obvious. Kazuya puts down his script with that mix of confusion and concern back on his face. Huh? Is that all for today? My eyes kind of hurt. Sorry, I've crumpled the pages. You'd better take a break first. It's my fault. I should have made sure you've gotten enough rest before talking about the script. I'll bring you a new copy when you're feeling better. Alright? I really don't want Kazuya worrying about me. Before I know it, a lie comes rolling off my tongue to cover things up. Forget it. It's better to have him think I'm tired than to have him know I might be losing my mind. Kotori? Thanks. That sounds good. but I still need to read the script. Can I borrow yours for now? As the cold water splashes my face, there's a belated flare of pain in my forehead. Kazuya's copy of the script is also the altered version, but he wouldn't joke around like this. He couldn't possibly be in cahoots with me to trick myself. Everything seems though it's always been this way. And that thing I saw in the mirror. What is going on? Looks like curses and hauntings might not just be flights of fancy after all. Oh, pottery. Huh? Hey, superstar, you don't look so good. Has Kazuya been giving you a hard time? Uh, Hatsuyuki? Only the sound of the familiar voice makes me realize I've been in a trance here for who knows how long. Okay, this is a girl. This is a girl. I can change my voice. Yippee! The troupe's leading actress blinks at me. She's standing before me, her green eyes as vivid as two emeralds against her pallid skin, their gaze locked unwaveringly on my face. When did you get here? No, wait. You get any rest? When? Oh, I guess around the time a certain coterie was spacing out and his stomach started growling. Growling? All right, let's go grab a bite to eat. You can't sleep on an empty stomach. Just think of it as keeping me company. Okay? Hatsuyuki takes my hand and pulls me off the sofa with a gentle tug, like a snare closing around a fledgling. Her hand is so cold, but her eyes stay fixed on me, narrowed slightly at the corners like a cat, or a bird, or a fox, or some other sharp and sly creature waiting for my response. I can't recall exactly how close we used to be as classmates and friends. Despite that, I think I could lose my memory all over again and still be helpless to refuse her. How about the cafe next door? Shall we? The cafe's fireplace is lit. Yo! The cafe's fireplace is lit. Yo! I'm gonna get some water. We're here right at dinner time. The air is rich with warmth and the aroma of food. Perfect for soothing strained nerves. It's been a while since we last shared a meal. Thinking about it, as I nestle into a soft armchair in the corner, that feels like a lifetime ago. Hatsuyuki calls the server over for the menu. When I flip through it, she props her chin on her hand, staring straight at me. I give in, closing the menu and raising it to shield my face. I think I hear her laugh. The sound drifts across the table and winds its way into my ears. I'll have soda water and a sandwich. Thanks. What about you? Me? Ah, this one, I guess. There's a rustle from her side and the menu is plucked from my hands. Hatsuyuki stacks two hefty folders together and passes them to the waiting server. Once the server is gone, her gaze returns to me, her expression abruptly serious. All right, enough of that. What's with you today? You seem so out of it. You're giving me a real scare. I'm not like Kazuya. I won't just let you get away with an I'm fine. Her tone is light, but I know she means it. There's no bluffing my way out of from under that gaze, not today. I'm not sure where to start. Then start from arriving in Tokyo. How about that? If you say so. With Hatsuyuki's gentle eyes trained on me, a feeling slowly stirs. The sense that it might not be too bad to talk about this after all. When I finish my last sentence, Hatsuyuki is still watching me, silent and solemn. After a while, she smiles. There's something a little uncanny about it. Had any dreams lately? When I fell asleep in the car, I think I dreamed about something really important, but I can't remember what it was. Let me think. I'm sure you've heard all sorts of Japanese legends about gods and spirits. Haven't you? Folklore. There are more deities up in Takamagahara than there are grains of rice in a vat. You know what? That's true. Wait, are you serious? Since your surname is Sakuma, I'd say that's most likely a possibility. Hold on. What? Here, hold up your hand. Block the light for me. What's Sakuma got to do with it? Even as I think this to myself, I'm already reaching out to enfold her small, cold hand in mine. The odd flowing sensation revives within me, the restless current which seems to be drawn towards something, but without the searing pain from before. A ducky! In Hatsuyuki's hand, specks of light emerge from nowhere. They flicker briefly, and as if kneaded by an invisible force, they condense into a little bird that glows with faint blue light. The young bird's downy gray feathers graze against my fingertips, leaving an airy wisp of warmth. It perches on Hatsuyuki's palm, head cocked to the side, looking very much like a duck. That a swan? When I finally manage to stutter out those words, Hatsuyuki bursts into uncontrollable laughter, her shoulders heaving with mirth. In the blink of an eye, the little bird dissolves back into specks of light and fades with her chuckle. It's a duck. Just a duck. But the point is, that's how it feels, isn't it? Something is about to burst out from within you and you have strange visions. Yeah. Right. We've got some time before the food comes, so I'll tell you a thing or two. What you bear is an inborn talent. The gods generously bestow their dregs upon the lucky few, and we gain a sliver of power. Power that was never truly ours to wield. Who can say if it's a blessing or a curse? But it invariably grants us some special abilities. And of course, it's passed down through the bloodline. That part isn't great. I'm not sure what exact terminology is used in Japan. Why did I pronounce Japan like that? But anyway, just think of it as sorcery, onmyodo or Shinto magic, that sort of thing. According to most, let's call them mages. According to most mages, there are two kinds of magic. One can be wielded by mages through study, though it still involves some simple rituals. The other is unique magic, born from the fusion of oneself with those dregs, known as talent. Even within a single family, no two people share the same talent. This is like wizards and sorcerers in D&D, huh? Says person that doesn't play D&D. I don't know what your talent is, but it's best to keep that to yourself. And that's because most mages have a strict taboo against magic that deals with the soul, or life and death. If everyone were to treat life and death so carelessly, the world would be thrown into chaos. Okay, I understand why my vampire clan in VTM had to die. Anyway, back to the actual plot. This kind of magic also takes a tremendous toll on the body. My point is, keep your secrets, even from me. If the burden upon the body, or here, Hatsuyuki lifts a hand and taps her temple, becomes too great, a mage's flesh will gradually mutate into a more primitive state, until they transform into a monster, mindless and deathless. Most call this process reversion, and so far, there seems to be no way to undo it. You mentioned earlier that I'm named Sakuma, so that's why you brought it up? Just like I carry the name Baryakinskaya. Oh my god, she's Russian. The Sakuma family is renowned in Japan too, after all. I mean, it does make sense. Japan and Russia are like separated by what? A sea? Not that far. Ah, she's half Russian. Let's go. When we first met, you were just an ordinary person. I never expected it to turn out like this. Maybe it was an accident. I failed to protect everyone. Hatsuyuki's voice gradually lowers and her expression clouds. Her fingers twist together. Accidents can't be predicted. That's just how they are. The waiter arrives with the tray and starts to arrange the dishes before us. Only then does this transient space of ours awaken from its heavy silence. The sandwich exudes just the right amount of heat, and the wheaten aroma of the toast mingles evenly with the fragrance of scrambled eggs and steak. Combined with the lettuce sprinkled with sauce, it all sparks a rare thought within me. That seems worth a try. Oh my god, I want a sandwich right now. Before Hatsuyuki sits a plate of cognac drizzled with black syrup. She frowns as she struggles to swallow the entire piece. She once said that she hates this sort of thing since it's like biting into a limp and slimy slug. I might be making my doubts too apparent. After catching her breath with a gulp of lemonade, Hatsuyuki begins to speak, and uncharacteristically hesitant. Don't give me that look. I need to keep in shape these days. Don't want to have to adjust my costume later. Hmm. Ah, how do you like the food here? Well, my tongue's having a pretty good time. That so? Good. All right. Tomorrow, do you want to go check out the theater Kazuya booked for our performance? We can try getting up on stage. Who knows? It might help set up the mood. And satisfy curiosity. And satisfy my curiosity. I'm still drinking my soda as Hatsuyuki forces down the plate of cognac, settles the bill, and thrusts her hand out of the door to catch the falling snowflakes. She's always had impeccable table manners. That cognac must have really put her off. I pull out my coat, doing up the buttons as I pass through the motley crew loitering in the cafe, until a strangely familiar figure brings my feet to a standstill. It's a girl clad in an ornate gown, expressionlessly sipping her drink. The red and gold flare of her skirt reminds me of a fish gliding through dark water. Hey yo, look at that food. Hey yo, look at her. Hey yo, wait, I forgot to do something. Okay. There we go. Pin, 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 pin. Happy birthday. Her table is laden with dishes and a maid stands next to her, slicing the food. The girl remains fastidiously straight. Even her spoon swirls through the coffee without a sound. But when those golden eyes turn in my direction, a shiver runs through me, like a serpent just clamped down my neck. Snapping back to myself, I flee. I shoved open the cafe door and pull its bulk between me and her gaze. What's up? Why the rush? Nothing, we should get back. Hatsuyuki saunters down the street with me in tow. The sky is darkened and a thin layer of snow carpets the ground, already melting the warm air issuing from the storefront, and then freezing again to form a slick ice beneath our feet. Round the corner, a simple udon stall sits in the mouth of the alley. The rich scent of oil and soy sauce bubbles forth. It brings some touch of life to the otherwise deserted alleyway. Even from this distance, I can hear the drunken hubbub at the stall. Chief, can you keep it down? What? So that bastard can dump this hot potato in my lap and I can't say a damn thing about it? How's this even supposed to work? He claims he's got no connection, so he thinks I've got enough to deal with that old fox's tricks. But we don't have any other choice. Shibata-kun, as soon as something comes up and you're always cringing with your tail between your legs, knock it off. Though it's not like I can handle this either. Tell me, what the hell does he want from us? The kid refuses to go home. The kid refuses to go home. What am I supposed to do? Break his legs and drag him back? What a shit show. Guess I've just gotta put up with. Chief, please, that's enough. Huh? Oh, she's drunk. Ah, shit. The inebriated woman suddenly swivels, like she has eyes on the back of her head, and shoots a glance right at us. Then she gives the young man next to her a hard smack on the shoulder. Ow! Chief? Whatever. Just eat your noodles. By the time we skirt round those two drunkards and make our way back to the lodgings, night has fully descended. Ahead of me, Hatsuyuki quietly nudges the door ajar, then, like a squirrel, she slips through the narrow gap. Warm air billows out from within. The faint tingling ache slowly returns to my cheeks, numb from the cold wind. It's pitch black indoors. I can hear scattered rustling sounds. Huh? Why are the lights all out? Hatsuyuki and I are back. Where's everyone? One, two. Oh my god, it's a surprise birthday! Happy birthday! What? Whoa! Welcome home, Sakuma-kun! Golden flakes and colorful. Who the fuck is this? Golden flakes and colorful ribbons cascade from above, accompanied by a clicking of a light switch. Troop members pop out of hiding in every corner of the first floor like mushrooms after rain, their hands still dusted with flecks of gold. Seizing the moment, Hatsuyuki swiftly wraps her arms around my shoulders, leaving me no chance to dodge the ensuing flurry of embraces. You guys, what's going on here? Of course, we're celebrating the grand finale of our Emerald Eye Troops National Tour. Tokyo. Oh, that's Naniwa. Okay. Sure, we ran into some delays this year and it didn't get to schedule any shows, but from Kyoto to Nagoya to Osaka to Tokyo. Oh, and those little towns in between. We've been going strong for 2 whole years. It's been rough. Aburatani-kun and I spent the whole day unpacking and settling in before we could even think about pulling this off. And wow, our costumes won't even fit inside 2 wardrobes now. Who would have thought? Everything from Moliere to Shakespeare. But we didn't notice at that time. It's only when you start taking stock of all the costumes and props that it really hits you. And there's more. Alright, we're also celebrating that the Fool's Feast has already sold, how many tickets was it again? It's full house. 800 seats plus the VIP boxes on the balcony. That's right, on opening night. Even after laying low for nearly a year, people still remember us. Naniwa's vibrant voice practically drills through my eardrums into my skull. I curse myself for having 2 extra hands to shield my ears against the onslaught of sound waves. Enough of that. And there seems to be loyal fans of the troupe visiting from elsewhere. They've come all this way just to see this performance. It's all thanks to our leader and everyone. And of course, Sakuma-san especially. Or else we wouldn't be doing this well. Guys, that's enough. Huh? What's the matter? Could it be our lead shot, our hotshot leading man who sells out entire theaters? Shy about being popular? Don't you join in too? But of course, who could resist this awkward look of Kotori's? And he's obviously over the moon but thinks it's uncool to get excited about compliments. Hatsuyuki lays bare my exact thoughts with a grin, and as Kazuya and the others laugh, the heat rising to my face might be enough to steam me alive. Alright, my cake is ready. I'm not late, am I? You're all in such a good mood. What are you chatting about? Miyako-san, you've gotten into Western desserts now on top of all the Japanese cooking? Since when? This cake. Can't be. I learned from the cafe owner next door. The celebration needs something special. You like this flavor, don't you? Ah, and before you get into that, Matsuo-kun sneaking a bite. I saw him. Uh-huh. Oh, I was just sampling the flavor. It came out great. You guys, cut it out. I haven't had any yet. After a whirlwind of chaos, all that remains is an empty plate and cutlery smeared with cream. One by one, Kazuya persuades everybody to return to their rooms since it's getting late. The first floor, so lively a while ago, now hosts only Hatsuyuki and me, along with the scattered remnants of gold flakes, ribbons, and confetti. Every iota of strength has been drained from my body. My eyelids are so heavy they can barely stay open. Ugh, I'm so tired. It's going to be such a hassle to clean this up. Hatsuyuki chuckles when she hears this. Well, it's a celebration after all. It was Naniwa's idea, so let's leave the cleanup to him. What matters is that we all had fun, and also Naniwa's gonna clean up. She skips light-footed up the stairs, then whirls back, greeted by the lights, and waves at me. Okay, I still have to chat with Kazuya. It's been a long day. You'd better get some rest, superstar. We've still got a theater trip tomorrow. I really am exhausted. Back in my room, I can't even be bothered to wash up or get changed properly. Almost as soon as my head sinks into the soft bedding, sleep engulfs my eyes. Perhaps because so much happened today, my sleep is flooded with a dizzying array of fragmented dreams. When I next open my eyes, the room is still shrouded in darkness. My body feels like lead and a sharp sour taste clings to the back of my tongue. Ah, I'm so thirsty. What time is it? I switch on the bedside lamp. The warm glow of the bulb sheds a dim amber light across the room. The desk emits a steady mechanical ticking. In the faint light, I can just make out the art hand pointing to the 11? 11? I shut my eyes and try to will myself back to sleep, but my mind only grows more and more alert, and every sense sharpens with it. My ears are flooded with the sounds of the wind, the clockwork, and my own heavy breathing. Noises that I would normally overlook now echo through me like roaring thunder. Can't sleep. Might as well get some air. Oh, it's still 11 p.m. I thought he woke up at noon. Also, I'm gonna get some more water. Hold on. Let me get some water. Let me get some water, 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 water. I could also probably drink milk, but not today. Not at night. Up, up. Up, up. Why is why is the header in the VC I'm in no more Fox Megs again? The troop is dead silent at night. I gently close my door, treading carefully across the carpet. I wander idly through this still unfamiliar building by the ashen moonlight streaming in from the windows. My room, Hatsuyuki's, and Kazuya's are on the second floor. Hamura sensei's room is at the other end of the corridor, though they seldom stay over. It's probably gathering dust by now. Looking down over the corridor banister, I can see the reception hall and Kazuya's office. Opposite the office are the dressing room and the rehearsal room. With nothing better to do, I reread the nameplates on all the doors, then follow the moonlit stairs up. The third floor houses the other members. Every door is shut tight, as if the occupants are already deep in slumber. The windows at the end of the corridor looks out upon the late night streets of Ginza. There's no sight or sound of humans, only the gas lamps and the stars, shimmering together in soft hues. I tiptoe down the corridor, and as I pass one of the rooms, the murmur of voices brushes against my ears. I did eat something today. I tried to throw it up when I got back, but I just can't get it out clean. Is that Hatsuyuki? Do you think it'd be better to cut it up and clean it out? Are you guys vampires? Are you vampires? Is maybe this is Vampire the Masquerade brain rot eating me from the inside, but are you guys vampires? Hmm? The person answering her seems to be standing further away. Their voice is too muffled to make out. Have you gotten any better at this? The stitching last time was a real mess. I could even feel it through the clothes. But it's my fault too. The more times it's cut open, the harder it is to sew back together. Usually I can empty things out just fine. I don't know what's wrong today. But are you too tired for this? It's winter, so it'll be a while before things start rotting. That should be fine. Right? What a weird detail to say. It's winter. Things will not rot. What would rot? What are they talking about? I take an instinctive step back. The floor creaks beneath me. Who's there? Footsteps approach. I turn to flee. No time to worry about the noise. All I want is to get back to my room as fast as I can. My ears are ringing from the sprint, which drowns out any sound of door opening and closing. It's only back in my room that I realize I'm gasping for breath. I can't go back out there. I lie back on the bed and steady my breathing, but my mind can't help circling back to the words I overheard. Is Hatsuyuki sick? Buddy, I think, okay, this is my theory. They're vampires, you're the food. I could be very, very wrong. It might be the brain rot talking. Also, my theories are usually bad. Before I can make sense of anything, sleep, summoned by all this exertion, claims me once more. Just before it takes me under, I think, no matter what, I have to apologize to her tomorrow. A dreamless night passes. When I wake, it's already broad daylight outside. I tidy myself up and head downstairs. Kazuya and Hatsuyuki are already up on the first floor. I'm not sure what they're discussing. Maybe they're not vampires because it's morning. Then what is Hatsuyuki then? You eat people. You're a cannibal. I might be delusional and I might be wrong. Ah, it's our sleeping beauty finally awake? We were just talking about you. Morning, Cottery. What? Were you talking about? What were you two talking about? Me? We were wondering if we should get breakfast together. But Kazuya's such a busy guy, I couldn't talk him into it. Yeah, there's an investor coming today, so it might be tied up this morning. Hatsuyuki shakes her head regretfully, then makes her way behind me and gives it a little shove. Looks like it'll be just the two of us then. By the time we get to the cafe, it's well into morning. There are a few tables occupied. The girl I saw yesterday is still seated in the same spot next to the window, her head slightly lowered as she sips her soup in silence. I force down my budding unease and find a spot to sit with Hatsuyuki. There's a partition adorned with greenery which blocks the view, making me feel somewhat better. Hatsuyuki calls over a server and orders a cup of hot milk. I still don't have much of an appetite, so I just ask for a croissant. Something on your mind? I couldn't sleep last night. Hatsuyuki adopts a theatrical look of dawning revelation. After the waiter sets down her food and walks away, she knits her brow and lowers her voice. So that was you. This might be a problem. What kind of problem? Are you sick? Or is it that thing you mentioned? Magic? Spells? Oh dear. I'm just teasing you. It's no big deal. I'm in good health. Let a girl have her little secrets. She picks up her cup and takes a sip. Though her face is wan, her demeanor still brims with vigor. Did I interrupt you too? You could say that. It was quite the shock. Sorry. Hatsuyuki sets down her cup, stroking her chin with mock serious air. To make amends, how about you go to Yokohama with me to see the flowers after the performance? I hear they've opened a new park over there. You and Kazuya both need to take a break sometime in spring. It's settled then. Alright, Eat up before your food gets soggy. Is croissant? I don't think it's. So, is croissant gonna get soggy? Is that a food that gets soggy? Is that a thing? Haven't had a croissant in like a hot minute. Also, I'm checking who the dateable characters are. Toto, that's my little sister. Hey, yo. Anyway, don't rush me. I'm gonna choke. We finish our meal, and just as we leave the cafe, a car pulls up in the alley entrance. A young man gets out of the car, shakes open a black umbrella, then bends down to open the back door. A long-haired man draped in a howdy steps out of the car. The umbrella shields him from the swirling snow, even as he is escorted to the alley. A striking scarlet figure stands out stark against the sea of gray. My gaze lingers on his back. When his face comes into view, even for a fleeting glance, I can't help but freeze. Who is he? Huh? What was that? Nothing, let's go. The theater reserved for the premiere isn't large, but its decor is surprisingly exquisite. You two are members of the Emerald Eye, right? Are you here to check on the auditorium setup? Setup? Mochitsuki-san had rented a small auditorium here for rehearsing on a long-term basis. It's been set up as requested. I can show you two around now. How is he paying for all this? Are we free to use it? Of course. Follow me. We followed the theater staff down a hallway carpeted in red wool, finally stopping before a massive door of black walnut. The door stands ajar. It takes the staff members some effort to pull it all the way open, revealing a sizable truss stage. The grand drapes are drawn, exposing the set behind. Several crew members are adjusting the lighting. Just as our guide said, this place is ready for use. Hatsuyuki stares briefly at the stage, then turns around. She's silhouetted against the lamplight. Her eyes gleam from the shadows. Now this doesn't happen every day. How about we give it a go? In a blink of an eye, Hatsuyuki whips out two scripts as if by magic. She tucks one into my arms, and I feel an answering twinge of eagerness. Ever since the accident, Kazuya has insisted on my recuperation. It's only in rehearsal rooms that I regain any sense of being an actor. But faced with a real stage, however I feign nonchalance, there's no deceiving myself. I can't pretend I have no desire to stand upon it. Well then, let's try it. Ah, why, oh why? What I wish to write, what I long to say, that is all which matters. Nothing else, no worldly concern, should hobble my steps. Sensei, are you there? I've brought you some rice. You haven't been to class lately. The students are worried, so I came back to check on you. Is everything all right? Why didn't the others come? They have household chores to attend to. I haven't fully recovered from my illness yet, and I'm not needed at home. I figured I'd come to see you. If I can but silence her, peaceful days will be mine once more for a time. Time, precious time. I simply need to make it an accident. In that case, come in. Did anyone see you? A spotlight falls on Hatsuyuki. She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. It's her line next. Why isn't she speaking? In the stifling, frozen silence, my unease grows. I hear the crew muttering. Hatsuyuki? Whoa! The instant I say her name, her body sways. Then she collapses heavily onto the stage, landing with a dull thud. What's wrong? Are you okay? My mind explodes into tumult. I practically trip over myself scrambling to her side. She lies quietly on the cold, dusty floor, her cheek smudged with a trace of grayish powder. No matter how hard I shake her, there's no hint of a response. I reach out a trembling hand. Holding my breath, I gently bring it closer to her nose. Not breathing. I push my nerveless hands against her chest and press up and down. again and again. It has to work. She'll be fine after this. That's what they all say. I press until my hair tumbles over my eyes, until fine beads of sweat ooze from my forehead. Hatsuyuki opens her mouth and lets out a soft sigh. I knew it. I knew it would work. Thank goodness. Hatsuyuki, don't scare me like that. Please, wake up. Wake up. Stiffly, I press my ear against her chest. There's no pulse of life, only coldness and decay, a cloying sweetness wafting from her collar, like rotten fruit. This has to be a joke. Just a joke. Can't be. No, you were just talking. Don't tease me. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch me redeem. I think our fellow actress died, buddy. But I also think she might have been dead for a while, right? Can barely keep her food down. Oh, where's the water? There we go. Hi, Mikal. How are you doing? Oh, Bobo Boy. Let's get on our emotional support slime. Been a while, so I forgot how to do my emotional support slime. Emotional support slime. Where are the bobbies? Oh, well, oh, that was not what I was supposed to move. I was supposed to move this emotional support slime. On emotional support. Oh, it didn't pin on my body. There we go. Emotional support slime. Emotional support slime. Emotional support slime. Meffy is currently with my mom. Oh, that was not supposed to be what moved. You know what? Let's my emotional support slime. While my while my fellow actress dies in my arms. Hatsuyuki's lips are parted, unspeaking. I stare at her face. What changes have I missed in the past minute, the past half hour, the past day? Her eyes are wide, usually an adorable sight. Now the unblinking glassy eyes fill me with a terror that drenches me in cold sweat. I can't look directly at them. How absurd everything suddenly is now. How ridiculous. We ate together, made plans to look at flowers in Yokohama, and were enthusiastically performing just minutes ago. How can someone just die like this? Like every color is drained away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a pale, empty shell. Where did she go? There's so much noise around me. After a while, it occurs to me that the crew is screaming. Someone pulls me away. I tumble to the ground. Doesn't even hurt. Hey, watch out! Something's wrong! Call Kazematsuru-san! The stage lights shine down upon her. White light enshrouding white corpse. White dust drifting in the air. Uniformed people close in around the body, and a glassy green eye peers through a gap in the crowd, staring straight my direction. Suddenly, it shifts. Hey, yo! I blink my dry eyes and finally see. In the shadows, amidst the dust and the light, lurks a green-eyed monster. The monster ripples out, flowing across the stage. The monster looks at me. It crouches over Hatsuyuki's body, like a soul untethered from flesh, a fetus bursting from the womb. I've seen this before, in the mirror. The white feathered monster. Ayo, July 5th. That was fast. Meiji era? Oh, hello. that me? Is that my family? July 14th, Taisho? How very impolite of you, Mochitsuki-kun. I merely came to inquire how the boy is doing. I never imagined matters would take such hazardous turn. Alas, now that it's come to this, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. You, has your wound split open? Youngsters are so reckless with their health. I'd appreciate you keep this meeting between us, Mochitsuki. After all, when it comes to family, it's only natural to get a little carried away. Wouldn't you agree? You, you drove away Cotter years ago. Doesn't remember a thing now. Why are you still... Hold on, I'm screenshotting anyway. Why? Mochitsuki-kun, you ought to understand the reason better than I do. Ah, one more thing. I rather suspect that my dear Kotori remains unaware of whatever you and Baryakinskaya have been keeping from him. Am I right? How do you know that? Oh shit, there's other two bodies. Oh my god, is that Naniwa? Naniwa, no, you were my buddy. Inoru-san, the snow has stopped. My, look at the time. Well then, let's draw this little encounter to a close. Mochitsuki-kun, if you would be so kind as to inform your teacher that I would very much like a word with them in the coming days, preferably sooner rather than later. Come along, Sarina. So many stitches. My, this is quite something. The skin seems partly translucent. And what's this? Ah, they lay that on that powder really thick. It's pretty well preserved. I've never seen a spell like this before. A fine piece of work. Well, since it could go on stage, I guess with enough makeup, it looks just like a living person. No wonder you called me in. Good job remembering to evacuate the civilians in time. Declare it a medical emergency, whatever works. Where's the person who came with it? Did you get a rundown yet? Still no response. Come on, did it really scare him out of his wits? Hey, look up. An acute, intense jolt of pain spreads through my jaw. But there's nothing. Nothing compared to the dying agonies that Hatsuyuki endured as she lay there. I'd noticed earlier. Would everything be different? Anguish engulfs me, smothering me, rising from the depths of my dried-out eyes. My mind restlessly chews through the memory, spitting out scraps of details I once missed. If only we'd gone to the hospital earlier, gone back to rest earlier. Only... Somebody's speaking. The sound grates like ringing in my ears. Hey! Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Sir? Why? I thought I was supposed to have some magic talent. Why could I only watch her die right before my eyes? Something so useless, utterly useless. Was it because of that monster? It followed me here and killed Hatsuyuki, and I did nothing but lead it to the prey. I've had enough of this. Ignore me, will you? Snap out of it! Ah! Gust of wind pierces sharply through the side of my neck, then dissipates, leaving behind an icy sting and a damp sensation spreading across my skin. My nerves, trembling from the narrow escape, pull me back to the very reality I refuse to face. I look up to see a familiar face. It's the woman who I saw stinking drunk at the udon stand last night. She's standing before me now, arms crossed, gazing at me with obvious displeasure. At the sight of my face, she briefly falters and her I can read. Her brows draw together, but she swiftly regains the impatient expression. Huh. So it's you. Me? She doesn't seem bothered by the conversation we had overheard last night. She just turns again to glance towards a crowd of uniformed police, all huddled around Hatsuyuki. Last night, I remember you and that girl, right? The one lying there, the deceased. You two were close, weren't you? Do you know if there was, anything going on with her recently? Any illness or unusual relationships, or just anything out of the ordinary that happened to her? A sticky, acrid bitterness spreads across my tongue. I could rake through every remaining memory of my amnesia ridden brain and turn up nothing. Hatsuyuki is the same girl I've always known. I don't know anything. Sorry. The woman's eyes crinkle, her expression softens as she sits down next to me. Feeling nervous? It's okay. I'm just here to get a sense of the situation. Lots of crime witnesses don't realize that anything they've seen might have been useful to us. It's probably the same to you. You might be right, but my instincts keep going back to that monster. The one that seems to be born from Hatsuyuki's corpse. It must have been something to do with her death, along with what I overheard last night, but I don't know how to bring this up. The woman seems to sense my inner turmoil. She offers a reassuring smile, but feels a little out of place. Now, I'll ask, you answer. Fair enough? I'd like you to be honest with me. I'm Kazematsuru. Hitsuru Kazematsuru. Special Investigation Division. And you are? Always helps to know who I'm talking to. Kotori Sakuma. Special Investigation Division? I'm surprised you haven't heard of us. Know anything about parapsychology? Oh my god, she investigates ghosts and paranormal events. I've heard of a society run by professors from the Imperial University doing research on extrasensory perception. Close enough. There are certain incidents that current knowledge, or should I say, technology, can't quite explain. Those fall under our jurisdiction. Of course, as an ordinary civilian, you've got nothing to worry about. We just have our own methods, which it's best not to make public knowledge. In a city as busy as Tokyo, any secret that gets out makes its way across the city in a few days. Parapsychology. It does ring a bell. I hear there's a group of scholars fervently devoted to Western theories trying to replicate telepathy and clairvoyance. Still, for the police to establish a department like this, does it have anything to do with the magic users Hatsuyuki mentioned? No, I can't dwell on this right now. That monster might be... Alright, what do you want to know? In that case, I'll cut to the chase. From your point of view over the past, let's say 6 months. Would you say the deceased displayed no major changes compared to today? Seemed to behave normally, never fell seriously ill, and so on? Yeah. Was there anyone she met with regularly? I mean, one-on-one? Family, friends, doctors? Anyone? I rack my brain, but all that occurs to me is that outside of performances, Hatsuyuki spent almost the entire past year with the troupe. For some reason, Hatsuyuki and the others all seldom went out, no. Except for Kazuya and me and maybe Hamuro-sensei. She hardly ever left the troupe, where she was mostly with me or our mutual friend. I rarely saw her approach anyone else on her own. Seems like the supply was pretty stable. So, did anything unusual happen in the past few days? Did she do or say something out of the ordinary? Of course, it's fine if not. Last night at dinner, she ate something she normally dislikes. Despite saying this, I honestly can't be certain. Hatsuyuki and I were very close this past year as I dealt with my amnesia. But like most friends who see each other regularly, we didn't actually have meals together very often. We only occasionally mentioned our food preferences in passing. Only now, confronted with this situation, do I realize how much of a fool I've been. Huh. I see. Alright then. That covers the basics. Now we'll get into some questions related to the special nature of our division. It might give you a scare, but there's no time to ease you into things. You don't know what's going on with a corpse, do you? Her lips move, parting and closing, slicing the words into shards that drive themselves into my ear, steady and relentless. If I'm not mistaken, she's been dead for quite some time. It's still unclear what could sustain a corpse's activity for this long with next to no decay. We'll have to hold off on a closer examination until we bring the body back. But how? Ever since I first met Hatsuyuki, she's always been the same. With me, with everyone else. How could she have been dead this whole time? My voice is on the verge of cracking, but Kazematsuru just arches an eyebrow. She seemed just like anyone else for a long time. She spoke and she smiled, vibrant down to the smallest detail. Isn't that right? I've dealt with a few similar cases. It's rare but not impossible. You might want to ask that mutual friend of yours if something happened to her while you weren't around. Her body shows extensive blunt force injury and numerous suture scars like she's been pieced together. Some of the wounds may have been stitched multiple times. The surrounding muscle and skin is severely damaged. Specifically from here to there. Matsuru reaches out, tracing a line from my shoulder down to my knee until her hand finally presses against my spasming stomach. I try to swallow but find my throat scorched dry. It throbs with a deep-seated, knife-sharp pain. Kazematsuru's eyes meet mine. I see my own reflection frozen stiff in her calm pink gaze, eyes wide and staring, expression blank, a picture of utter absurdity. I haven't gotten to my question, but it looks like you've got something on your mind. Well, out with it. You want to know why your friend ended up like this, don't you? Spit it out. It might open up another lead for us. I open my mouth. My voice comes out hoarser than I realized. Who did this to her? And more than that, who could get Hatsuyuki to cover for them? I overheard Hatsuyuki at our place last night. She was complaining about having to cut something open to take it out. Was it something we ate together yesterday? Probably. A living corpse doesn't have functioning organs. The food scraps just rot away in the stomach. And you're hesitating. Anything else? When Hatsuyuki collapsed, I also saw a white monster. A white monster? A white monster with wings, its head unfolding like a lily. Kazematsuru's expression abruptly transforms. Her bright eyes pin me to a spot like a serpent locking onto its prey. Okay, last question. As Kazematsuru speaks, she switches back to that look of mild impatience, like that spasm of emotion just now was nothing but my imagination. This was supposed to be the part where I squeeze a confession out of you, but forget it. Do you know who you rubbed the wrong way? What? When it comes to cases we deal with, I don't generally explain all this nonsense to the people involved. Parapsychology this, special division that, it all sounds way too far-fetched. Like something out of a novel. We have our ways of making sure you spill every last detail you know, and don't remember a single thing afterwards. You won't even dream about it. When closing a case for most people and even society at large, all we have to do is find a plausible excuse to smooth things over. Say, an acute heart attack, or a stroke, or maybe drug abuse. There are all sorts of stories to run with, and evidence is easy to come by. Of course, getting poisoned by a male companion in a premeditated murder, that works too. And why did it have to happen in the theater in front of all these people? Chalk it up to the suspect's sense of ceremony. As for those things that the suspect heard and the white monster he saw, they serve as further proof that this actor was so immersed in drama, he lost the ability to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Delirious and raving, he turned his blade on to the victim who came to the theater with him. During our inquiry, we noticed that he avoids eye contact. His demeanor is furtive, as if he's hiding something. This is highly suspicious, and after a few rounds of questioning, the witnesses will all develop the same impression. Do you follow what I'm saying? She's gonna frame me, that's it. You're threatening me.
Very clever. Let's not put it that way. Call it a mutually beneficial opportunity. You don't want to know what happens to the people we take in custody.
What do you get out of telling me all this?
You've got a real knack for tough questions, you know that?
A roar of, oh, it was a roar. My bad. I went, supposed to be. Her roar of laughter draws the attention of the remaining officers in the theater, but she casually waves them away. She turns back to me, dashing the tears of laughter from her eyes and slowly holds up two fingers.
First off, someone asked me to stir up some trouble for you, but I can't stand him. Second, it's because of that thing you saw. A head cleft like a blossom lined with fangs, wings toed in its wake like a weighty shadow. Should the might of its attention befall thee, then shall the 8 emerald eyes swivel as one. Lord Octopteropes, as those black magicians practitioners call it. I've spent years in hot pursuit of it and its followers.
Is Octopteropes a real thing? Let's Google. It's 8 eyes, right? Because it's octo is 8, opto is eyes. I could be wrong. Octopterop. I got nothing.
It appeared to next to the deceased, meaning that your friend, who was turned into a living corpse, was almost certainly under the control of a black mage who worships it. We're after the same thing. Don't you want to learn the truth behind her death? That mage is sure to know more than either of us. I can let you walk out of that door unharmed, but in return, you have to let me find them.
I guess I don't have much of a choice. What do you want from me?
Ordinary people can't see the shadows of the gods. You can do it, can't you?
Those words, Kazematsuru extends her hand before me. A whirling gale erupts from her palm, striking me square in the face. I instinctively hold my breath, my ears filled with the lingering wail of the wind. This is, I clamp my mouth shut, but I can tell from Kazematsuru's face that it's too late.
You don't have to go into specifics. I'm not that much of a snoop, and I'm not interested in the Sakuma family secrets. The point is, the fact that you can see Lord Octopteropes makes you a rare and irresistible new recruit for them, and I'll find some way to get the news to them. But judging from that reaction just now, you have something you'd rather keep from me, don't you? If you like, you can go and take care of whatever you want first. I'll be in touch when I can. Or we can wrap this up quickly and then I'll handle the rest myself. Meaning, you'll be out of it. What do you think?
Let's save. This feels like the first important choice. Let's deal with the case.
And here I thought you'd go the other way. Okay, fine, I'll drop it. Well then, Kotori Sakuma-san, may I trouble you to accompany me back to the precinct?
What will you do with Hatsuyuki's body? I mean, corpse.
Oh, that? We'll have to do an autopsy and analyze whether any magic was cast on her body. Once we're sure everything checks out, we'll notify her family. Depending on the situation, the body might be returned to her family for burial, or we might handle all of that.
If so, I'd like to make a request. Kazematsuru gives me a non-committal smile. Her fingers tap lightly and regularly against the arm of the chair, striking up a staccato rhythm.
Give it a shot. Who knows? I might even say yes.
Hatsuyuki's body. No, corpse. Can I take a look at her? I'll look later. Once I've spoken to the others in the troop, it won't take long.
Oh?
Now that it's come to this, I have to see things through myself. There's so much I've forgotten. Hatsuyuki was already like this when I met her, and now that she's gone, I can't let those scars be buried with her. At the very least, I need to know.
You've never seen a corpse close up, have you, oh dainty young master? Try not to scare yourself silly. Well, since you ask, of course I can arrange a little thing like that. But you'll have to wait until the autopsy is over, at least.
Thank you. If we're heading back with this, and then
I know. Be careful with that, or I'll dock your pay when we get back.
I should probably lower her voice, right?
Careful like that, or I'll dock your pay when we get back. Oh, there we go, that works better.
Shibata shrinks away, shoulders hunching in terror, and hurries back on stage. He and the other officers reflexively bellow, "Yes!" in unison, then huddle together like a flock of frightened quails. Before long, Hatsuyuki's body is lifted onto a stretcher in a flurry of activity. Her arms dangle over to the side, swaying swiftly with each jostle. Finally, together with the crowd, she vanishes beyond the heavy door. As I try to rise my unsteady feet, Kazematsuru tugs me out of the theater seat. Before I came in, one of the staff said that this place was leased to the Emerald Eye troupe. Yeah, I and Hatsuyuki were both actors in the troupe. I see. Kazematsuru signals me to follow her. Her boots are made of tough leather, but her heels sink into the carpet with only a soft rustle. Perfect. I remember we've got some files about the troupe in our archives. I'll show you. What files? An uneasy premonition is forming in my heart. Just what could have happened for the troupe to end up in the police archives? It's nothing illegal, but, well, you should see for yourself. Kazematsuru finishes speaking just as we reach the theater entrance. Accumulated snow glints beneath the darkened sky. Wind whips through the open door, trailing moonbeams in its wake. They weave together into a blast of bitter cold that I feel in my bones. What should I say? What should I do? Before I return to the theater, before the suspended blade comes upon my neck? But in this moment, I can't help thinking. If only I could just stay here forever and ever. Till I've figured out a way to spin this tale that will spare everyone's tears and transmute agony into blissful relief. That would be perfect. Kazematsuru and I board the last car in the police convoy. Perhaps it's because it's the late hour, the car speeds through mostly deserted streets with so many bumps and jolts, I almost throw up the few scraps left in my stomach. It's only when the car halts before the police station that I can finally catch my breath. Come on out, let's make this quick. As Kazematsuru yanks the door open and urges me out of the car, the junior officer driving the car has long made himself scarce. Maybe he's terrified of his intimidating superior too. The entryway to the police station is remarkably imposing. The two-story Western-style building is adorned with ostentatious marble columns. Plain to see that they have a generous budget. It must have been renovated, or maybe it was just built recently. I follow Kazematsuru through the brand new doorway. We occasionally cross paths with some uniformed police officers. They seem to be low-ranking and are scrupulously polite to Kazematsuru and to me riding on her coattails. But even before we get too far off, their true colors become clear. I can hear the venom they spit behind our backs. Not pleasant. I reflexively glance at Kazematsuru, who shows no sign of having heard a word. She leads me through the main hall and along the moonlit walkway lined with snow and withered twigs, and down another flight of stairs. Finally, she stops in front of a door labeled Archives. And here we are. Are you sure it's fine to just let me in like this? It's fine. There's no one around else this late. Besides, the Sakuma name of yours opens a lot of doors. But you've got a point. Hold on a second. Kazematsuru raises her hand, bringing together her gloved index and middle fingers. With light and swift gestures, she scrawls a line of words on the door. I can't make out what she's writing. When she finishes the last stroke, a gust of cold wind suddenly sweeps through the warm corridor. A rapid squall whistles through the air, tousling my hair and clothes. The swirling winds converge on that ordinary, nondescript door. Kazematsuru's writing flashes brilliant for a moment, then goes dark just as quickly. Finally, like the dissipating wind, it vanishes without a trace. It's completely different from what Hatsuyuki showed me. This is a magnificent power that's never bothered to hide its dangerous fangs. That'll do it.
And with that, she pushed open the doors and confidently strides in, quickly vanishing out of sight behind two cabinets. The metal surface of the filing cabinet warps my reflection. Countless cabinets hold countless copies of me, like a labyrinth of mirrors, thousands of eyes glittering back at me from the depths, flashing green or blue under the incandescent lamps. I shut the door behind me and head inwards, following the sound of the tapping boots. The reflections on both sides follow me, their severed bodies swaying. The metal flashes white before my eyes. It's nothing like glass. Hold on, I accidentally screwed it. It's nothing like glass. That whiteness is completely blank, devoid of any reflection or stain. An empty desert as hazy as a mirage. I look myself in the eye. The reflection is sightless, but I'm seized by the inexplicable feeling that I am being watched. Surely it's just an illusion because my reflection's eyes are so clear. That's the only explanation. Found it. Sakuma? Are you still there? Kazematsuru's voice drifts to me. I squeeze my way between the filing cabinets and spot her at a row of cabinets against the wall. She's holding a slim folder. Here you go. Those are all duplicates, so just put them back when you're done. Slaps a folder against my chest. I have to scramble to keep it from falling. There isn't much inside, just an old newspaper, a few photographs, and a sheaf of reports. An old newspaper rustles when I pick it up. It seems to have been lying there for quite a while. The front page is dominated by an article about a train accident. Signal failure or human error. Hokkaido main line derailment accident exposes hidden hazards. Death toll 143. My throat feels parched just from reading this far. The printed text sears into my retinas. A familiar pain is spreading across my temples as if I've been struck by something heavy. Echoes ring through me. With trembling fingers, I peel away a photograph from the clipped stack. I got a stark black and white view of the train tumbling from the tracks, engulfed in flames and the broken and shattered human bodies. It's impossible to tell the dead from the living. There are close-up shots of severed limbs. I could see the mangled flesh and stumps of bone. My brain throbs. I'm going to throw up. I'll splatter these pictures with the hues of fat, marrow, and blood. Ugh! Oozing, yellow, fat, ash and white ends of split bone, soft pink tendons enfolding them, blood slowly oxidizing from crimson to rust. When the human body is taken apart, it should resemble an oil-painted lush. When it's truly laid bare before me, carelessly splashed with pigments, its cross-section on display to the entire world, my only sensation is horror. Everything was scorching hot in the wake of the explosion. I could feel someone hauling me along. Blood streamed from my ringing ears. But amidst the acrid scent of burning chemicals, my lungs kept working. No matter how much I wished they wouldn't, they still faithfully brought me a scent that roused my appetite. My brain was in ecstasy. It told me that this was the aroma of roasted. The smell which assailed me feels so palpable now, so indelible, as if it might truly have made my mouth water and my stomach growl. As if, among the screams and moans of my fellow humans, it might have filled me with a craving to set upon them, to bite and swallow and devour. This isn't just a hallucination. How else could I so vividly imagine the itch of the blood creeping across my skin? All right. Oh my god, I'm one third through. Let's go. It's been interesting so far. Enjoy work. I hope you have a good day at work. It's almost a holiday if you have holiday break. Take care. But I'm reeling in terror. Did I do something else to them in that expanse of darkness beyond my mind's reach? Did I sniff? Did I lick? Did I Hey, you okay? Kazematsuru lightly pats me on the shoulder, then plucks the photograph out of my hand. It creased from being clutched too tightly. She briefly flip she flips briefly through the photographs, then tucks them away in her pocket, pulls a sheaf of documents out of the folder, and shoves them into my hands.
It's like she's draping a cloth over a box so I can no longer see what's inside. All I'm left with is that hallucination, so real and so insubstantial all at once. These are rougher going than I thought. You should try reading the text instead. I swallow my saliva. The noise seems to ring loud in the quiet archives. Hazematsuru might have heard it, but if so, she simply arches an eyebrow and waits for me to speak. I I remember some things from back then. Back then, when the train derailed, I think something exploded. I smelled burning. My head is spinning. My stomach churns with nausea. Speaking is an ordeal. Every word feels like it has to be ground up into powder and squeezed through the gaps between my teeth. The burning, it was. That's enough. Sorry. Hazimatsuru seems a little startled, but she swiftly makes a hold it right there gesture, cutting off any further speech. Huh? No need to apologize. What I mean is, you only just remembered all this. Telling me about it right away can't be easy on you, both physically and mentally. I know about these things. I've been there too. Facing your fellow humans, thinking how delicious they smell, and holding back your appetite or whatever you call it. It's not easy for a regular civilian to deal with. Her voice and demeanor are completely calm, a silent balm to my strained nerves. Besides, you were so badly injured you lost your memory. I doubt you could move around that much. You didn't do it, you didn't. You don't have to beat yourself up over thoughts that never came true. The point is, you've had amnesia and only just remember all this. It's not your problem. You want to keep reading? Yes. I take a few deep breaths, and when my emotions have settled a little, I pick up the sheaf of reports again. But as I read, a nagging feeling strengthens that something's off. I subconsciously frown. The preliminary investigation found that a moderate-sized explosion occurred in carriage 9, but no explosive residue was detected at the scene. What does this mean? It means that the explosive in the carriage amounted to around 3 cans of gunpowder. Their explosions caused the carriage to overturn and triggered a whole series of other reactions, but no traces of them were found. In a situation like this, it's only reasonable to run a sweep for magical activity. But I wasn't at Tokyo at that time, so it couldn't be done. Rather, they didn't want to deploy manpower from this side. And now there's no way to follow up. Didn't want to. It's a matter of life and death. And so what? Someone wanted to cover it up. Someone was willing to pay the compensation. And certain people need proof that I and my special investigation division are all useless wastes of space. Something else occurred to her. Her expression darkens and she says no more. I replace the investigation report in the folder. Kazematsuru reties the strings with practiced ease and shuts it away and again in the unlabeled cabinet. Are you angry about that? I feel like I ought to be angry, and I am. But for some reason, I'm not particularly surprised. Just as I've personally witnessed before and heard from others, this sort of internal strife is inevitable between people. It's not rare by any means. What matters is how you turn it to your advantage. The ache in my forehead swells and sharpens. I don't like this line of thinking. And what I hate even more is that, for some reason, my brain has accepted this routine as truth. My neck feels like it snapped under this weight. My head sags lower and lower, about to kiss the dirt in my feet. And for some reason, there's a constant simmering unease in my heart. 143 people. Was there really no one else injured in the troop, other than me? Kazimatsuru strokes her chin. Then she speaks, dispelling the heavy silence that was starting to descend. Stop spacing out. Now that you've got your intel, it's time to help me out. Ah, yes, right. What is it? My tangled skeins of thought are abruptly shoved back into my skull, and I involuntarily stammer in response. Kazematsuru ignores my lack of manner. She simply folds her arms and continues speaking. Before getting into that, I have to ask. It looks like you already know about magic, but do you have any deeper understanding of it? Deeper understanding? I must be visibly at a loss because the look Kazematsuru gives me is exasperated but unsurprised, like a veteran shooter faced with a slow pupil. I thought so, but I don't feel good about throwing you to the wolves like this. Ah, it's already tough explaining the basics to the precinct staff. Whatever. I sure hope you're smarter than that. I'll start with the common knowledge for mages. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. First off, what you need to know is that these powers, these gifts from the god, can be passed down through bloodline. Also, the materials used in magic rituals are pricey, and it's hard to cover the cost alone, so mages value inheritance and family ties over everything else. You've been through this yourself, haven't you? You suddenly discovered you had some strange ability and you were all at sea. You had no clue why this was happening. Magic is kept secret from the regular public and also from mages who don't have teachers to guide them. I nod, reflecting on how I'm still completely ignorant of my own magic and have no idea where to even start unraveling this tangle. So, you should just assume that if you butt heads with a mage, you'll find yourself in no end of trouble. I'm all over Kazematsuru's words, wondering exactly how she figures into all of this, but judging from how she acted today, I'm guessing she's no end of trouble herself. But since it can be passed down by blood, I'm still putting together my sentence when Kazematsuru stops, looking uncharacteristic, hesitant. He's silent for a while before finally letting out a sigh. The sound of that sigh seems to bring to life every story I've ever heard about brother turning against brother. You're spot on. And things are actually better in this generation. Before this, if a family had too many children with talents, the family mansion was essentially a coliseum. And if there were anything worth inheriting on top of that, the clash would continue until one party died. The main family fought amongst themselves, and the branch family, after defeating their own siblings, still had to vie with the main family's children. Some mages were so set on preserving the purity of their bloodlines they even... No, let's not go there. You don't need to know any more than that. So you're saying I can... No! That's illegal! Kazematsuru speaks in a low voice, her expression pained. She quickly shakes that off and moves on to another subject. It's also possible that she had experience on that herself, and that's sad. That's all on this topic. You should also know about ateliers. For the majority of mages, this is the most important thing. Ateliers? Ateliers? How do I pronounce this word? I've been saying it randomly because of Witch Hat. Atelier. Atelier. Yeah? Atelier. Okay, thank you, Google. Atelier? Yet another new noun. But I'm still at a loss. All I can do is wait hopefully for a solution to this riddle. I assume you just came into contact with magic recently, yes? After a long silence, I can only reply with a brief noise of assent. In fact, I can count the number of times on one hand, I think derisively to myself. And these scant incidents all bear the indelible traces of Hatsuyuki, impossible to ignore or forget. Even after my nerves have been dulled by the constant barrage of blunt questions, the pain is still lodged in my memory like so many fine needles. So it was too late. Huh. Alright. Listen very closely to what I'm about to say. Mages, to be exact, most of those hereditary guys, each have an atelier that belongs to them. That's where they're in closest contact with their divine blessings. The principles of construction and atelier are way too complicated to get into here. Basically, think of it as a series of large-scale magic rituals that take a huge toll on the practitioner. Once the construction is done, they gain a secret space that belongs to them and exists outside of this world.
Unless they're unconscious or grant someone else permission to enter, that space belongs solely to them forever. I'm guessing you've heard a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism and all that nonsense. Well, an atelier is equivalent to their flower or leaf or their body. It never disappears, and in the hand of of a mage who lives long enough, it becomes a treasure trove. It's almost impossible to construct an atelier single-handedly, which means that, effectively, only families can afford it. And since it can be transferred between people, well, I think you can guess what happens. It's inherited. Got it in one. Kazematsuru snaps her fingers. Is it just me or does she look relieved? She reminds me of a teacher pleasantly surprised that a young child is actually capable of studying. I can barely imagine what sort of people she's been working with until now. It's very expensive and its value accumulates over time, making it perfect to be passed down as a family heirloom. Which means that mages who have the backing of families and mentors and who are regarded as the next in line basically all have their own atelier or are about to inherit them. Who knows? I bet if you go back to the Sakuma family, they'll have one ready and waiting for you. Her lips twitch as she says this. Then she changes the subject again with seeming nonchalance. I'm getting off topic. What it boils down to is that ateliers are where mages can exert their powers to their fullest extent. That's why most of them secure their atelier in an object they can carry with them, so they can enter at any time. For a mage who's carrying out magical studies or preparing for a ritual, their atelier is the safest place to be. And it's also the most dangerous place for an invader. I need you to make contact with the worshippers, but I don't want to get you killed. If you notice that your surroundings have changed, you'd better watch out. Well, what should I do if I'm trying to leave an atelier? Find the exit, or get the mage to let you out, or knock them unconscious. Of course, the best way to handle it is to kill them. But in your case, just sweet talk. No matter how much you have to bow and scrape and grovel. Dignity is less important than staying alive. Get out of there and let me deal with the rest. Speaking of which, Kazematsuru's severe gaze settles on me. Her voice is stern. Do you have experience with wielding magic? There's no point in bluffing here, even though Kazematsuru's stare sends chills down my spine. I nod. You're honest. The reliable type. Good. That's right. That's how everyone should be. Her gloved hand grips mine. She's squeezing quite hard. It hurts, but I bite back my yelp of pain before it can emerge. Because the look on her face scares me a little. It's like what, exactly? Feels vaguely familiar. As if someone once inspected me with this exact expression. Focus. Don't get distracted. Close your eyes. My eyes automatically fall shut at her voice. Before long, a soft breeze, threaded with the slightest chill, flows through our joined palms and gently makes its way to my bloodstream. My heart starts to pound. That familiar tugging sensation courses through me again, and the next instant, I'm enveloped in that chill. And so I can feel something, like blood but not quite, pouring out of my heart, rushing through my veins. It swiftly and tenaciously swarms into the crevices between every cell. At last, it comes to a halt at the back of my tongue with a faint prickling pain. This is your magic. It issues from the heart, the weakest part of a mage's body, and finally condenses into the body part you use to wield your magic. Remember the way it flows. When you need to use it, let your consciousness trace that path back to your heart and call upon the magic stored in your body. If you can't sense it, extreme emotions are a good way to pressure yourself and get your heart rate up. That's a bonus technique. As Kazematsuru finishes her calm speech, that chilly, syrupy feeling dissipates like a gust of wind. All that's left is the sudden molten surge of magic in my mouth. It's in my mouth! Let's go! Speaking of my mouth, I'm gonna drink. Drink, 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 water, drink. Here we go. Wow. Ah. Pum, pa, pum, pum, pa, pum.
Let's go. I. My mind is full to bursting. What should I say? My situation right now is so similar to how things were back then in the theater. Did the script's transformation happen because of me, or was it? My brain feels like it's crammed inside a mortar, being pulverized into a sticky pulp, but my tongue moves faster than my mind. Must be calm. As soon as the last word tumbles out, the pain in my tongue fades. I hope it hasn't left a blister. There, I've said it. An abrupt hush settles across the room. Kazematsuru's sudden silence makes me a little uneasy. I instinctively widen my eyes. Her expression is completely blank. But the next instant, she's back to the same severe manner I remember from our meeting at the theater, as if I was just a mere saw. What I just saw was a mere illusion. She loosens her tight grasp on my hand and straightens up, moving a little stiffly. Sorry, I got kinda worked up there. You okay? My hand hurts a bit. Kazematsuru heaves a deep sigh. The filing cabinet casts a shadow over her feet. I'll buy you something to eat to make up for it. Sorry about that. Damn, that sure is something. Don't use your magic here and don't go around showing it off in front of other people. You can't be sure they'll keep their mouths shut. Remember how that felt just now? You can practice a bit more if you have time. After all, other mages won't be giving you time to meditate. You have a whole lot of magical power. Your talent is greater than many people I've seen. You just need practice. She lets out another sound like a sigh. She seems to be doing that a lot today. And one last thing. She rests her hand on her uniform belt and turns her palm upward. Suddenly, something appears in her hand. It looks like a pink tentacle, its body giving the occasional swirl. This is a familiar. Look at it, it's cute! Look at the cutie familiar! This time I can feel my face go rigid. Kazematsuru picks up the tentacle between her fingers. It seems docile enough. I watch it wriggle like a worm picked up by its neck. Do tentacles even have necks? It thrashes with all its might, like it's trying to escape the grip of a human hand. Familiars are also constructed, but there's no time to teach you that now. I'll go into it later. Familiars derive their abilities from their component materials and the magic used in the ritual. A long time ago, making familiars also required praying to the gods, but thank you for the hydrate redeem sprout. But now that's been replaced by using purified materials, which works just as well. Hydrate. Ah, most of them aren't harmless and they aren't as small as this one here. If you run into a familiar, you'd better brace yourself. I gaze at the tentacle in Kazematsuru's hand. Stretch! It's stiff flexing, slowly curling and unwinding again. Oh god, that feels good. I strive to suppress my instinctive revulsion for something so alien, but I get nowhere, so I have to stop looking at it. Trying not to be too rude, so I steel myself and let Kazematsuru finish before I speak. What can this familiar do? Kazematsuru's lips move and a wave of regret bears down on me. Ah, well, since you ask, I'm going to put it in your eye. In my eye? Wait, what's this all of a sudden? I won't be gouging out your eyes or blinding you. I'm not into that sort of thing. The thing has no offensive power. It's the safest time of familiar. Even when it enters your eye, it'll keep itself hidden. You won't feel any discomfort. It's gonna be so gross. Kazematsuru hoists the familiar a little higher, treating me to a full view of its mountless body and plump, glistening suckers. Its purpose is to boost your sensitivity to magic so you can visually observe any spell traces and magical residue. That way you'll notice if a mage passes by. If you know who they are, you'll be on your guard, won't you? It'll help you stay safe.
Also, if you get attacked or stumble into someone else's atelier, it'll let me know your location and I'll come to your rescue. Kazematsuru seems to be entirely earnest. Putting something into my eye still sounds incredibly dodgy, but I can tell from her words that she's deeply concerned with my personal safety. Does this just come with being a cop or did something happen before? Her brilliant eyes are trained on me, but no matter how I try, I can't discern any trace of a lie in their tranquil depths. It's rude to pry into someone else's past. I clamp down the urge and turn back to the tentacle, which now lies motionless in Kazematsuru's hand, presumably worn out from struggling. I'm trying not to contemplate how it'll feel against my eye. Does it really have to go in my eye? Is there no other way? Most spells only last a short time, and anything of a longer duration takes a bit too much preparation. And if you just keep it with you, an observant mage will easily pick it up. You're sure this is fine? Of course. I wouldn't get this wrong, even if just on the account of the Sakuma family. Sakuma family. Them again. So what kind of family are they that people keep bringing them up? If I could have come back a little earlier and learned more, if I could remember what happened before, would things be different? If there's any way I can make up for it, fine, I agree. But I don't want it to hurt too much. It's going in my eye. Kazematsuru seems taken aback by my ready agreement and she reaches out and cups my face. Her gloves are coarse, her calloused fingertips graze across my cheek, slowly make their way to my right eye, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. When she peels open my eyelid with two fingers, I inadvertently choke on a mouthful of spit. My expanded field of vision can now clearly take in the incandescent light beams beaming down from the ceiling, and Kazematsuru's face approaching mine, eyes gleaming like gems. Kazematsuru picks up the tentacle. His fleshy, pink body draws closer and closer to my eyes. The tentacle uncoils, its tip languorously swaying in the air. My body grows taut with anxiety. I can feel Kazematsuru's breath and the stirring of the wind. Hold still. I force my eyes to stay open. My eyeballs swivel clumsily to the side. The tentacle is coming closer and closer. So close that I can finally make out the faint patterns on its skin. I don't think any psychological torture can beat this. You'd be surprised! The instant it settles on my eyeball, I instinctively blink. Everything goes dark. All I sense is that touch upon my eye, vivid and unmistakable. The tentacle is icy against my eyeball. Its suckers are fastened to the most vulnerable part of my head, like an insect's pincers pressing onto rotten wood. But then it rapidly melts into my eye socket like water, dashing real tears from my eyes. I can't tell if any part of the familiar is washed out with them. Finally, a sliver of light reappears. Only then do I notice that my right eye's vision is blurry, like I'm peering through a pink veil. Juxtaposed with my normal left eye, it feels surreal, as if the world has been split in two. Why can't I see clearly? I ask my hesitant question. Kazematsuru's fingers shift from my eyelid to my eye socket. He helps to wipe away the reflexive tears that are still seeping out. The gesture seems so gentle, but I might just be imagining things. You'll be fine soon. It's still fusing. She sounds so calm. Her gaze lingers on my face for a long time, taking in every detail. I can't help but feel like a lab rat. Not sure how much time passes, but it must take a while. So long that the belated pangs of hunger start to gnaw at my stomach. Finally, the color obscuring my vision drains away, and everything once again looks the same as before. As my vision clears, my ears almost simultaneously pick up the rumbling of my stomach. I can't tell if Kazematsuru hears it too, but her lips do quirk upwards in a slight smirk. Can you see now? Yes. Then you can go. Go back and practice wielding your magic. Your body needs to get used to the traces of magic circulation. While you're doing that, I'll put the word out about you. Let me know as soon as a mage gets in touch.
Kazimatsuru pulls out a wallet from nowhere, extracts a stiff card, and thrusts it into my hand before I can refuse. It's an exquisitely crafted business card with black lettering against a white background. It has a solid heft to it, and the embossed patterns graze subtly against my fingertips, like the touch of a chill wind. Her name, number, and address are printed neatly on the card. Under the dim light, I can see flecks of gold powder glistening amidst the ink. There's no other unnecessary embellishment. In Bashi. Personal card? For a personal matter. Oh, right. I'll buy you dinner too. You're getting hungry, weren't you? Kazimatsuru lets her impeccably straight back slouch a little, as if she's setting down a great weight. Well, the boobs are big, so... Her voice sounds more relaxed too, without the constant stern expression and graying hair. In this moment, she finally evinces some of the lightness befitting her age. I know an izakaya around here that serves pretty good food. It makes for the perfect supper. Investigation or revenge, you can't do any of that on an empty stomach. Isn't that right? Before we leave out of the corner of my right eye, I notice that my wrist is glimmering faintly with hazy traces of blue and pink like rippling water or silk threads. The patterns almost seem to intertwine, weaving into an intricate, unbroken scheme. And Kazematsuru's collar also radiates gentle sparks of mingled blue and pink, like a gemstone under the light. That's... See something weird? Yeah, some kind of glowing pattern. Ah, that's right. What you're seeing are the traces of your magic and mine. Remember? To spot traces like that, that's when you have to beware of everything. Absolutely everything. Having said her piece, Kazematsuru shoves open the door of the archives. It suddenly dawns on me what her expression reminds me of. Like a person helplessly watching sand slip through their fingers, suddenly catches sight of a life-saving straw. Why are you still standing around? Don't you want supper? My train of thought cut off, I reply by instinct, Coming! It's well into the night, but the police station is still a bright hub of teeming activity. Kazematsuru says nothing as we walk, and neither do I. I simply follow behind her, head bowed. I lose track of how many times I falter, but just as I'm about to speak, Kazematsuru suddenly stops walking. I freeze, startled. Standing in front of us is a youth. He looks quite young and remarkably haughty. His feet are firmly planted, squarely blocking our way. So you found more cannon fodder, Captain Kazematsuru? If I still had any doubts as to this youth's identity, his hostile greeting has cleared those up. Kazematsuru folds her arms. Even without seeing her face, I can hear the chill in her voice. It's none of your business, Kijimoto. This sort of provocation would work better on my father, if you could even get to see him in the first place. Your little brother is old enough to come stay with the main family now, isn't he? I've heard all about that boy's gifts, even here in Tokyo. How's that going? Getting worried yet? The youth's pale face gradually floods with red. I can hear the gnashing of his teeth. His nostrils flare and quiver, his hands at his sides still fall into tight fists. He's the picture of swelling fury, but under Kazematsuru's stare, he can't help his voice from quaking. Is that supposed to scare me? He's just a little brat. And the main family still hasn't named you as heir. Isn't that because of your screw-up? You think you're any better off than me? I frown. No matter what, he's taking things a bit too far. And it's obvious that he doesn't intend on letting us go anytime soon. But... Officer Kazematsuru? Who is he? I briefly skim through the roles I've played before and let my brows furrow more perceptibly. Are all of the policemen in this precinct so rude and so determined to waste other people's time? What a shame. This officer looks like a competent enough sort, but clearly he just puts on a good show. And I can't make heads or tail of all this babbling. It's a little alarming. Maybe you should go to the hospital? Kijimoto's already flushed face takes on an even deeper hue of a drunk man. His brows shoot up, his glares daggers at me as if he's on the verge of flinging curses. The words that come hurtling from his mouth make my eardrums twinge in discomfort.
And who the hell are you? Where do you go off insulting me?
Me, I'm just a regular person who happens to know a few news reporters and who can't get home because you're pestering me. Really, when Officer Kazimatsu invited me here to go over the situation, I never thought I'd run into something like this. If word got out, it'll give the public quite a bad impression of Ginza or even Tokyo. And where would we be then?
Sure, go on all about the people you know. You're probably just some con man.
Kijimoto's eyes are quivering, but his voice blares as loud as ever. He seems to be trying to regain his dignity with all this bluster. Is that so? Then how about you give Editor-in-Chief Asano to call at the Labor News, ask him if he's heard of some fellow called Kotori Sakuma.
Wait, Sakuma? Your name's Sakuma?
He doesn't dare to keep speaking, or to put it another way, he's weak by nature, and so as soon as anyone might be able to take him down, even if he claims not to believe it, he won't have the courage to put it to the test. Kazematsuru flings out her last words. They make Kijimoto's entire body go rigid. If so, you got in my way just to waste Takuma-san's and my precious time. All this stubborn wrangling isn't going to make your walnut-sized brain any smarter. After so many years in Tokyo, still haven't grown at all. It's a real shame. Also, if I let my father know that you were making a scene here, throwing your name around, disgracing the Special Investigation Division and the entire precinct, well, you'd better think through how this might hurt your chances against your brother. Graham, get out of my way. Kazematsuru waves him away brusquely. Through my right eye, I watch a flurry of pink wind send the youth reeling. He staggers back a few steps, clearing out a path. As I walk past the Kijimoto-san, now cowed into silence, Kazematsuru grabs me by the arms and we leave him behind us. I'm gonna save for good measure. Alright, let me just stretch and rest for a bit. Give me like 3 minutes.
Wow, thank you for the hydrator team. Hold on. Ah, let me get water. I'm about to run out. I'm about to run out of water. Oh god. Alright. I return. So you walk along the street, stepping on snow, acted by countless footsteps. The scents of liquor and nightfall swirl like vapors over a cauldron. Kazematsuru easily weaves her way through one alleyway after another. If she weren't still in her uniform, I'd have no way of telling that this is the very same stern faced police officer. After we cross a few more stretches of pitch black ice, an izakaya appears up before us, glowing with a warm lamplight. Kazematsuru pushes open the curtain, and the aroma of tonkotsu and fried food billow out, mingled with a cloud of steam that makes my eyes sting. It's a small shop, so the seats and customers all seem to be crowded into close quarters. Kazematsuru leads me to a pair of seats in the corner of the bar, completely ignoring the curious glances at our direction. Salted edamame, cold tofu, and udon with meat topping. I won't be drinking. How about you? My stomach declares its hunger with perfect candor, but my brain, still stuffed full of corpses and mangled limbs, reflexively recoils from too much rich food. After some hesitation, I point to the sign that reads Tororo Udon and barley tea. Thank you. While we're waiting for our food, Kazematsuru taps lightly on the table to draw my attention. What is it? In my response, she props her head over her hand, gazing to the wispy mist that hangs over the bar. She lowers her voice. What he said. It's true. I've been keeping something from you. And now that I'm thinking about it more calmly, you have the right to know what you've been dragged into. But this is the only time I can speak honestly about it. You want to hear it? It's probably better if you know. I nod. There's no change in Kazematsuru's expression and her tone remains the same. I doubt she saw my movement. Perhaps she just wants to say it. Where do I start? 5 years ago, before I took charge of this division, there was a string of magical attacks in Tokyo. The victims were ambushed and abducted, and it turned into twisted, deformed monsters. They had nearly the same powers as the mages who'd undergo complete reversion. They were highly destructive and almost immortal, and barely retained any sanity. Back then, it made a huge stir. When we tracked down the person behind all this, it turned out to be a black mage who worshipped this so-called Lord Octopteropes. Lord Octopteropes is just like what you've seen: eight wings and 8 eyes, feathers like fresh snow, eyes like emerald. There's no record of such deity in Japan, or in any of the East Asian country for that matter, so its followers are designated as a cult. But they're a cunning lot. We were fooled so many times by the false trails they laid for us. And in the end, I'm guessing they got sick of the fuss. That black mage made the first move and appeared to be before me and my team. She was an elderly woman, getting on in years. Kazematsuru seems to be taking a deep breath, but halfway through it turns into a sigh of resignation. The Special Investigation Division, brand new unit. My father put the most into it, hoping to use it to restore the family's glory. No one else stepping up, it was only natural to put me in charge. And apart from me, it was just a bunch of rookies in the government dug up. Like you, they suddenly found themselves saddled with these blessings. They didn't know the first thing about the world of mages. They weren't sharp enough, or alert enough, or ruthless enough, or strong enough. Being too soft-hearted got everyone killed. I was the only one who barely got away. He's right about that. She laughs. Her face is reflected in a brown barley tea, wavering and indistinct through the layer of ripples. But she, or the people backing her, they weren't people the Kazematsuru family could touch. That was when I learned that sometimes power's more useful than the magic you know. I regret it. But what good does regret do? I can't let this go. That's why, no matter what, even it means dragging innocent people to this, I have to see her dead. I don't care if she's protected by wealth or power or the other families. I can't make her confess her crimes in the open. I'll fall back onto the older ways. Stays perfectly calm to the very end. As she said, for some reason I feel as if all those turbulent emotions are rolling beneath her icy surface. The rest will give anyone nightmares. You wouldn't enjoy it. Kazimatsuru voices voice Kazimatsuru's voice sinks and fades. I think of Hatsuyuki's calm expression, her face that will never smile again, and the anguish of the Kotori Sakuma buried deep within my heart, wallowing in tears. The raw confession strikes a chord with me. That explosion on the train wasn't an accident but had a culprit. I think I would do the same as her. You told me before that all I have to do is find them or wait for them to get in touch and then give you the information. That's right. And the rest, all that dangerous stuff, I'll handle it. It's got nothing to do with you. So, at least you don't have to feel guilty about me. You've got a real sharp tongue, you know? A few moments later, the piping hot food is served. Okay, enough of that. Time to eat. Kazimatsuru jabs her chopsticks into the noodles and stirs, releasing a cloud of dense fragrance. I look down as well. The tororo udon sitting before me exudes the refreshing scent of sea. The yam of the tororo is a cluster of pale white fluff like a miniature cloud. I put a few strands of noodles into my mouth. The broth is steaming hot with just the right amount of salt. The flavor which soaks into my tongue is a mild but satisfying rich sweetness. And udon, just like any other noodle, so soft under the layer of tororo that it splits at the slightest touch. It goes down easily, gliding smoothly through my mouth and throat, filling my hollow stomach and soothing my uneasy heart. It's as if my turbulent emotions can find some brief rest here. The events at the police station snapped me out of the morning I was submerged in. Now I should have the courage to tell everyone what happened today. Ah, the shop really is the best. I'm finally warming up a bit. How about you? What do you think? Kazimatsuru's food is practically disappeared in a blink of an eye. She elegantly dabs at her lips, drains her cup of barley tea, and then begins to peel the edamame, making a little pile of their shells in the saucer. Taste and smell are both fine, so are the portions. When she hears this, her eyes crinkle and she lets out an unrestrained bark of laughter. What a posh young master we have here. It's okay. No one's going to complain if you can't finish. That's not a suspicious spin of a cult. Right? Right. We're not in the cult. Why would we be in the cult? We're not in the cult. I hadn't expected her to pick up on that, but anyway, thank you for the treat. We're not in a cult. I politely declined Kazematsuru's offer to send me back to the troop. Cinching my coat tight, I hurry back before the warmth fades and the snow starts again. It might just be my imagination, but the snow lining the street seems unusually bright tonight. When I turn into the narrow alley, what awaits me is a serene hush. The floorboards creak as I push the door open. The snow outside is still thin on the ground. In contrast, the shadows and silence pool deep and dark within the room. It's completely still, as if no one is here. Why are the lights out? Kazuya? Not a single sound stirs the house. Only the dull thud of my voice against the floorboards. Weird. It's been a whole day. You should be done with the investors by now. Kazuya? I have to talk to you. Are you there? I raise my voice a little, but there's still no reply. Naniwa-kun? Kaburatani-kun? Mieko-san? Silence diffuses through the empty house, washing over my face with waves of darkness.
Behind me lie the doorway and lamplight, still within my reach, but the viscous tendrils of fear are growing, snaking their way up my ankles. The music is too sweet for this scene. The faint unease that has lurked in my heart since the police station finally swells, its bestial maw gaping wide enough to swallow me whole. I pray silently to every god I can think of, but fate responds with unjust malice. In the darkness, I spy something on the floor, a jumbled pile of shapes slumped over like sacks stuffed with cotton and straw. My stomach, which has barely settled, clenches against this absurdly blatant prank. The faint scent of snow from outside has already dissipated in the room's warmth. As I shuffle forward, what reaches my nose instead is a hint of rust. A bitter, salty, sweet whiff of metal. I fumble for the light switch, click it on, and what sears itself into my sight is a sea of familiar faces, sprawled on the floor, motionless. Oh shit. Naniwa, who bumped into me when I got out of the car, now lies quietly in the corner, Kazuya's briefcase next to him. He's as ghastly pale as the lifeless Hatsuyuki. Everyone else lying here. The people whom I knew so well, with whom I spent every day for a year or even longer, it's like they have all conspired to stage a cruel joke. But no matter how I shake their limp bodies, I can't summon those familiar voices. The floor at the foot of the stairs is stained with dark splotches. In the lamplight, they gleam a baleful crimson, almost black. I've lost track of how I push my way into each room. At first, I still harbored a sliver of hope, just enough to knock and wait for a possible response. But the silence spread like a pestilence, peeling away that mannered facade of self-deception. Absolute silence drives one mad, and the blaze roaring through my heart almost sears away the last thread tethering me to sanity. My body seems to act as of its own accord. All I can muster are ragged breaths so loud and harsh they drown out the deafening silence. Behind so many doors lie the dead, scattered everywhere I look, bodies limp like puppets and with severed strings. Opening each door is like unveiling a crudely made diorama. They loll on the beds, fingers still clasping books that now sink into the soft carpet. Their bodies are grotesquely wedged between baroque chairs and desks, contorted into arcs worthy of a dancer. I think someone made a whole ass theater just for you, buddy boy. You're the you're the only human here. The heavy turbulent sweetness of rotting fruit now spreads unchecked. It seeps through the corridor, mingling with the aromas of fresh cut flowers and welcoming incense, swelling my almost frozen brain until it's fit to burst. I mechanically inspect the rooms one by one, growing numb to find bodies behind every door. Maybe I'm no different from the mythical Grim Reaper who claims a life with every door he opens. What torments me the most of all is I can't find Kazuya. Before I know it, I've moved from the first to the third floor. The interval seems to have vanished into some monstrous maw. When I regain my senses, my hand is already resting on the final doorknob. The room I fled from last night. Why is this happening? Who is so determined to rob me of the only people I have left, the only people I love? It's pitch black inside the room. The blinds are drawn so tightly that not even a sliver of moonlight peeks through. Only the acrid odor of disinfectant fills the air. I grope across the wall for a while before finding the switch. With a crisp click, everything I once imagined and prayed would never come true, laid bare beneath the sterile white light, gleaming with a spectral chill. The operating table is draped in creased pale green gauze marked with old but still inconspicuous bloodstains. Those surgical tools that once carved and stitched flesh now lie quiescent on a tray. And on top of a stack of gauze rests a small lump of something soft, rancid, limp, spongy, and bitter to the taste. easily ground to small pieces by teeth. Ah, cognac. My arm itches as I shift the feather falls from my sleeve. I have no idea when it got there. A feather with an emerald green shaft and a dazzling white plume. It's a lot like that monster's feathers, but strangely enough, I feel no fear. I doubt it matters much compared to everything before me. Calling this an operating room would be a stretch. Space is cramped. A single turn of the head and a flick of the eyes makes an unpleasant truth abundantly clear. No one here. This is probably where Hatsuyuki lay and was cut open over and over. As far as I can make out, the room has been tidy. There's almost no remaining trace of who the other person might have been. Beside the operating table stands a medicine cabinet that's full of bottles and jars, all labeled with printed tags. Opening the cabinet, I turn the labels towards me one by one. I mostly find glass bottles marked as alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin. But one test tube half full of transparent liquid is devoid of any label except for a tiny trace of glue that wasn't quite peeled off. The test tube is corked tight. After a struggle, I managed to pry it open, and I will come to regret this 1,000 times over. Smell. Why this, of all things? From the yellow test tube gushes that cloying reek of rotting. As I return to the first floor, my steps feel weightless. I'm walking on clouds. I've come unmoored from reality. Why did I never realize? There were so many seams showing, so much that couldn't have given it away, but I just kept blundering around like a fool. All I did was squander the life they had left and snuff out their burning candles with absolutely nothing to show for all that wasted time. Whether it was an accident or deliberate, I stand in this house that lies silent as a tomb. I know I can't forgive whoever caused this, and myself for standing by and watching it happen. The air bears down on me heavy with dark emotions. I seem to be teetering on the edge of the precipice. If only I could change all of this. Right. I still have magic. My magic. I can. Summoning every scrap of strength within me, I open my mouth and force the air out between my lips. Everyone is alive. Nothing happens. Everyone in the Emerald Eye Troop survived the train crash. I'm swallowing a ball of scorching flame. The heat hovers in my skull, incinerating my brain, my tongue, my vocal cords, but tragically, wretchedly, nowhere for it to go. Ever since I found out about magic, there's been a hidden reservoir of pride in my heart, but now it rises only to suffocate me. Nothing is happening. Naniwa, Aburatani, and Mieko are still lying there, motionless. They must be long dead. Even longer than I realized. Far too long to bring them back. I want to weep, but my tear ducts have been seared dry as well. When I unfasten Naniwa's clothes, my numb fingers don't quite obey. The button slips through my fingers twice, staying stubbornly lodged in the buttonholes. It takes me about 3 minutes, or maybe 5. I've lost track. Time crawls by, as if my sheer focus is slowing it to a halt. Peeling off the heavy winter clothes reminds me of what I've read in books about the imposing process of preparing winter bamboo shoot. And when my fingers make contact with the cool, yielding skin, what comes to mind is the cream I smear on my face for stage makeup, slick and warming quickly with body heat. But there's no bamboo shoots and no fragrant creams. Only burn marks, lacerations, raw oozing flesh hidden beneath long sleeves, and running across the abdomen, scars from repeated slicing, stitching. That's all I see, and that alone is enough. I'm seized by an inexplicable urge to laugh out loud, but my lips refuse to curl into a smile. How unbecoming of a skilled actor to not be able to command his muscles. My eyes are stinging. I keep them wide open, not a single tear escapes. So that's how it is. So I was the only one, fooled by you all this whole time. I wish you could still talk, that you could still tell me what happened. I don't need you to look after me. I just want you all to be alive and well. I dressed Naniwa up again. Nearby, Kazuya's briefcase lies askew. The leather strap has snapped and the buckle had split open, revealing a small crack stained with fresh blood. I wipe it with my sleeve, but it won't come off. The interior of the briefcase glitters with the same blue patterns I've seen before. Oh my god, is Kazuya in the briefcase? Is that. Is he in it? And it abruptly occurs to me that something is off. These are traces of magic. But it seems that everyone was a living corpse, just like Hatsuyuki. So why is it that, apart from Kazuya's briefcase, my right eye can only see a spotlessly clean room? All at once, I break out in cold sweat. Did someone come back here? I try to fasten the buckle and lift it. The briefcase is light, almost too light. But it's clearly smashed beyond repair. The fragile hinges can't bear the weight and it bursts wide open, both halves swinging in the air. A photo frame hits the ground, its thud muted by the soft carpet. Apart from that, the briefcase is completely empty. The exposed lining is a dull black which seems to swallow all the glaring brightness that overwhelms me. Even the patterns of light go dim within this blackness. That's all? What is this? I flip the frame right side up. Sealed beneath the pristine glass is a photograph. It's a group photo of the troop, one I have no memory of. Everyone is beaming widely. The meadow and unfamiliar wildflowers behind them look so soft, even from the monochrome hues. Taken Spring, 1918. How did everything change in just one day? I wipe off the dust off the glass with my clothes and hands, but my fingers tremble so much that even gripping the smooth frame feels like lifting an impossibly heavy boulder. Wiping it is grueling, and it still seems just as dirty to me. I scrub until my stiff fingertips start to ache. Only then does it look a little cleaner. This should do. I splay the briefcase across my lap and replace the polished photo frame inside. Soft velvet lining grazes my fingers and snags them, slowly drawing them deeper and deeper. That feeling surges through my veins again. The familiar sensation that something is pulling me towards it. This is. The next instant, the world dissolves in a whirl. Darkness devours my vision. I'm seized by a brief, unrelenting weightlessness that scrambles through every thought in my mind, leaving me dizzy and reeling, too feeble to even vomit. At last, a pinpoint of light pierces that veil of darkness. I feel something cold and harsh beneath me. It seems that the storm-tossed vessel has finally drifted to a halt. I'm lying on a damp stone surface. The air is thick with the scent of moss and soil after the rain. Vast rock surfaces tower on either side of me. Their lower reaches are studded with ancient torches. On the higher cliffs loom crude carvings of massive figures, their features long since worn away by the elements. I strain my eyes, peering upwards. All I can see is the narrow strip of sky wedged between the cliff faces, extending endlessly beyond sight. Some dim light trickles in, but even combined with these torches, these depths remain shrouded in darkness. Every cranny is filled with the flickering shadows of boulders. What's going on? Where am I? I struggle to my feet. My clothes are sodden with the muddy water. It feels unpleasant, even disgusting. Still, I have no choice but to keep them on against the fleeting gusts of wind. After taking a look around, I'm almost certain this is the atelier Kazematsuru was talking about. I remember I was touching Kazuya's briefcase. My confusion deepens. Kazuya's always had it too, ever since my memories began afresh. Could he and Hatsuyuki both be hiding something from me? No, I need to get out of here first, then ask him. He has to know something. I take a few tentative steps forward. I can keenly feel the puddles and moss slick beneath my feet, clinging to my soles, ready to send me sprawling if I put a foot wrong. As I follow the line of torches now and then, something briefly obscures the light overhead. When I look up, I catch sight of shadows, minuscule or massive, or sometimes it's a ripple of emerald green, flickering from light to dark. As I gaze at that swath of green, the tugging sensation grows stronger. My heart is pounding so hard it almost bursts out of my chest until the color finally fades away. It's not at all like the labyrinth of dangers Kazematsuru described. The space belongs to Kazuya, and just like him, it simply listens in silence to the echo of my footsteps. I'm not sure how long I walk before a sprawling mass of boulders blots the strip of sky. Before me appears a plain white torii gate, flickering with a blue light like a burning flame. It softly beckons to me, silently inviting my touch. My pulse and breath both quicken. That translucent blue seems to be reeling my heart in. I step towards it and a familiar dizziness washes over me once again. Ah, so you're back. I've been looking all over for you. Sakuma-san, wakey wakey, sleeping on the floor is bad for you. A voice drifts into my ears, distant but crystal clear. Ugh. Ah, you're finally awake. When I open my eyes, the first floor has completely transformed. The bodies strewn on the ground have all vanished, as have the bloodstains. Everything is spotless under the bright lamplight as if nothing ever happened. A familiar figure stands before me, blocking most of the lamp's glare. A briefcase which was in my lap now dangles from their hand. The strap and buckle are still broken, but somehow the case is neatly clasped shut. Hamuro-sensei? What are you doing here? It was Hamuro all along, okay? He's the one pulling the strings of everyone. Hamuro is everyone. I was planning to have a chat with Mochitsuki-kun about a few things, and when I got here, yikes. That scared the living daylights out of me, and when I came back, there you were. Why did you fall asleep sitting here and opening Mochitsuki-kun's briefcase? You really shouldn't do that. I wasn't asleep. Where did they all go? You mean the children? I've taken them to a safe place, don't worry. Those pesky little flies won't come buzzing around anytime soon. Flies? Ah, so Hatsuyuki is with those people. That's a bit tricky, but it's not really our problem. They'll probably say she dropped dead from acute illness or something. They always do. The point is that neither you nor the troop will have anything to do with it. What did you say? You know what happened to everyone, don't you? Tell me, I need... Before I can get my words out, Hamuro-sensei swiftly cuts me off with a smile. What they say next makes my hair stand on the end and drives all my questions out of my mind. But, more importantly, there's something you need to know. Kazuya is in the hospital. What? When I showed up, he was just here, right where you were sitting. Looks like somebody really roughed him up. He was so worn out that he couldn't even talk to me, poor thing. I had business with him, but alas, he doesn't play along as nicely as you do. I couldn't just wake him up, so I had to take him to the hospital first. You want to go visit? The doctor said he'll probably... What kind of voice would Hamuro have? Also, why am I taking this seriously? The doctor said he'd probably be asleep all day. So be sure to keep it down. Where is he? Not too far from here. Let me think. Yes, it was Tokyo GK Hospital, room 201. If you're going, I won't see you out. But you won't be bringing this along. Just tell Kazuya I borrowed it. As Hamuro speaks, they give the briefcase a little shake. A smile is vivid on their face. I haven't even had any room to think, but I can't dwell on all this now. Got it. Bye then. Oh, By the way, I've never been inside. Let me know when you have a moment. How was the view in the case? Amuro has. You think? You think? Has to know something. Forget it. Kazuya's situation comes first. As for Hatsuyuki and the troop, I'll bring them up later once he's awake. It's not far from the station. Bright streets are bathed in moonlight and the snow is piled high on both sides of the road, reflecting the glow of the street lights. As I keep gazing, everything slowly gains an illusory quality, like I'm slipping further and further away from this nighttime sky. My eyes start to sting, a sign of impending pain. On such a cold night, rickshaws are sparse. I stand next to the streetcar sign. The icy wind whips through the hollows of my bones, whisking away any trace of warmth. But this blast of cold is much needed. That, or perhaps certain other things, is helping to cool my head. I pull my collar tight. My shoes crunch on the thick snow. The stop gradually comes into view on a nearby street, but my footsteps grow slower and slower as I walk. There are just too many doubts swarming chaotically in my brain. Hamuro said Kazuya was still resting at the hospital. He should have gotten a rest a long time ago, but not like this. Both of them must have some connection to the mage who made the living corpses. But just how much do they know about the train derailment? Or rather, what on earth am I thinking? Can't keep dwelling on this. Night has fallen over the streets of Ginza. There are far fewer pedestrians out after the dark than during the day, but it's still a livelier scene than you'll find in any other city. The storefront gas lamps blaze in the darkness, throwing the brand new Western-style facades into sharp relief. The streetcar is taking its time. I stare at the pale snow before me, sinking into a reverie. Then the entry curtain of a nearby shop swings open, a wave of warmth pushes forth, especially pronounced in this winter night. The cold wind, I want a drinking game of how many times they'll mention that it's warmer when a door opens. Or maybe I'm just fixating on that detail because I've never experienced snow, so that's fun for me to imagine. The cold wind carries an unfamiliar voice to my ears. It's a young woman speaking in a tone familiar from so many meetings with investors. Her voice is strained with a myriad of suppressed emotions, but she's still doing her best to be scrupulously polite.
Too much? Oh no, not at all. I only had a drop. Just here is fine. Just here is fine. My driver is waiting nearby. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you'll consider what we discussed earlier about the middle school.
I turn to see several young men and women stepping out of the shop, smiling with a cool distance that is instantly recognizable. After exchanging a typical few pleasantries, they don their coats and depart in twos and threes. The last remaining person is a woman dressed in a pink suit. As soon as the others have left, the smile vanishes from her face. Her lips curl downward and her brows furrow in slight dissatisfaction. The awareness she now exudes is at odds with her age and her elegant outfit. Finally, she scrubs her hands across her face, exhaling a cloud of white breath. I look away, putting these strangers and their seemingly less than pleasant drinking party out of my mind.
The car still isn't here.
I hear someone trudging at the snowdrifts, their footsteps heading towards me in fits and starts. Soon the woman's voice I heard earlier speaks again, now right behind me.
Are you waiting for a streetcar?
At this hour, it's going to be a while. I turn. The woman lifts the brim of her hat slightly to reveal her face. Her bearing is dignified as she stands before me, scanning my haggard visage with her wary but bright eyes. But I have absolutely no recollection of that face.
You're Kotori Sakuma, aren't you?
It's a declaration. She speaks with her arms folded, her slender brows knitted once again, as if her stare might bore right through me, to the snowy landscape at my back, and all the way to the streetcar, some unfathomable distance away. I'm sorry. Do I know you? Her next words catch in her throat, and her eyes fly open wide. I can practically see, so it is true, and it wasn't a lie after all, written across her every feature. Are you serious? Never mind. I'm Yayoi Sakurai. Sakurai. On top of my head. The only thing that name brings to mind is the Sakurai family, or more accurately, corporation. They hopped on board the Meiji Restoration a few decades ago and made a fortune in textiles and foreign trade. But compared to the influential or well-connected families, the Sakurai family, while endowed with eye-watering wealth, lacked what was truly important to the upper class. A pedigree. Oh, so she's new rich. That explains the pink coat. She scrutinizes my expression before slowly parting her lips again.
Yes, that's right. One of those Sakurai.
I rack my brains but can't remember having run afoul of a fine young lady like this. And I don't think the troupe has ever received any related investments. Sakurai pinches the sleeves of her suit. They're studded with a pair of sapphire cufflinks that flash in the lamplight. The jewels used glow clear in their golden settings, and they scintillate bright as flames. These are indeed befitting of a daughter of the Sakurai family. But, perhaps in an attempt to emphasize their lavishness, the cufflinks are encrusted in so much gold ornament it overshadows the sapphires. That seems like a waste of such fine gems. Sakurai purses her lips. A trace of regret enters her expression.
I wanted to see you. I thought they were lying to me since, after all. No, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. You don't know me, and that's for the best. If anyone asks, just say we didn't meet tonight. It'll be better for both of us. If you're waiting here, I must be keeping you from something else, yes? And it's cold out. I'll give you a lift. Think of it as an apology. Also, I don't fucking drive. So I'll get my driver, give this man a lift. As I mentioned at this hour, it will be ages before the streetcar shows up. You're going to be frozen solid.
Perhaps because I'm engrossed in my own bizarre thoughts, Sakurai's behavior doesn't strike me as unusual. She's even giving me some breathing room to sort through my feelings. That's not a bad thing. Since I remember nothing and this is clearly a hindrance to her, it must have something to do with my forgotten surname. If so, it'd be best if we owe each other nothing. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to GK Hospital.
Oh? Very well. Here's my car. Let's go.
The black car slowly comes to a stop at the side of the road and a young woman gets out and opens the back door. Sakurai signals me to board and she herself settles into the passenger seat.
To GK Hospital? No, wait. Is there a flower shop near the hospital? We'll head there first.
A flower shop?
You can't visit a patient empty-handed, and you don't seem to be in that much of a hurry, yes? You could do with smelling some flowers, too. You look so frightful. You need to let yourself relax.
But there won't be any flower shops open this late. Sakurai pauses at my words, then bursts out laughing.
I can't tell you're new in town. This is Ginza, in Tokyo. You can always buy anything.
Once her laughter fades, she turns to glance at the woman turning to the crankshaft on the car. The woman has one arm planted on the hood of the car, her sleeve rolled up to her elbow. She seems to be pressing down quite hard. Before we got to Tokyo, our assigned driver chatted with us from time to time. According to him, each time you start the car, you have to manually insert the crank into the front of the car and turn it several times. But cranking the lever takes a lot of strength and you'll have to be careful it doesn't kick back and break your fingers once the engine starts. It's a job that calls for the utmost concentration, and few people take it on. At that time, I thought he was just trying to justify a higher fee, but now it seems he was telling the truth. Is she your driver?
Yes.
A bead of sweat forms on the woman's forehead. Her teeth are gritted, her cheeks bulging. Sakurai simply casts her gaze further down the road, not looking at either me or the driver. Her voice lowers as well.
Is there something you'd like to say? Come on, I don't bite.
Nothing. As long as you pay her wages and she does the work, it's all fine. The car rumbles thunderously and the seat jolt before settling back to a milder vibration that doesn't make my head spin. With a belch of steam, the engine comes to life. Having started the car, the woman returns to the driver's seat. Sakurai's shoulder relaxes and she leans back to the headrest.
We have to get going before it starts snowing again.
The car grinds to an accumulated snow on both sides of the street, churning up flakes like goose down. They crumble into tiny particles that flutter through the air like a miniature snowfall, landing in the bare ruts in the car's wake. The woman drives steadily. The scenery slowly scrolls by outside the window. The car passes through an intersection, drawing ever closer to the hospital. Winter in Tokyo is colder than I expected.
Oh, it's true. This year is a little out of the ordinary. We haven't had such heavy snow before. At least, nothing that would pile up so high in a few hours.
Sakurai gestures to indicate the height. Some of the earlier tension is slowly ebbing from her voice.
I wonder why. You. Your troop just got here from Kyoto, yes? You'll take a while to adjust, and that's normal. The upside is that when you do want snow, you don't have to go out of your way to sightsee.
As she speaks, her gaze flits across the shops outside, which still show no sign of winding down for the day. Finally, the car stops at the door of a small flower shop. Traces of snow are slowly melting on the tiles of the shop entrance. A small space before the doorway is illuminated by a warm yellow lamp. Peering through its glow and the misted windows, I can make out the blurry contours of the flowers within.
This will do. Let's get out.
The flower shop is suffused with the scents of fresh flowers and leaves and a hint of spice. The breeze stirred by the opening door wafts the aromas towards me. The warm air gently caresses my taut nerves, leaving traces of fragrance. Sakurai easily weaves her way through the display cases, moving past the organza, washi paper, and wrapping ribbon. She stands head bowed among the glass jars of fresh-cut flowers, surveying them intently.
For someone who's ill, I think. Lilies, carnations, oh, they have snowdrops here too. That's rare. They look fresh as well. How about getting some of these and arranging them in a basket?
Are snowdrops suitable for the sick?
In the language of flowers, they represent hope and vitality, and besides, they don't have a strong smell. I think it should be fine. How about you?
Hope and vitality. Let's go with that. Thank you. Sakurai calls over the shop owner. Besides the handful of white blossoms, their heads drooping like wind chimes, he asks for several other common flowers. As the scissors snap away busily, I reach for my wallet, but she stops me.
I was the one who suggested coming here. Consider it my treat.
But she shakes her head. Her expression is tinged with a smile and a sort of affable ease. It seems somewhat out of place given that we've only just met. Sakurai must know that as well as I do. But perhaps the late night fatigue dissolves certain boundaries, and so that smile stays poised on her lips.
Oh, or take it as a thank you gift for our conversation earlier. I really enjoyed your reactions.
Ma'am, your flowers are ready. The shop owner holds out a basket. Sakurai picks it up and thrusts it into my arms somewhat brusquely. Soft fragrant flower petals tickle on my nose, and for a moment, I can't find the words to refuse. My stupefied look must be quite amusing. Sakurai finishes paying and looks over at me once again. She doesn't suppress the upward quirk of her lips.
Well, why are you still standing there gawking? Let's go.
The car's already running. Oh, right. Back in the car, the light scent of quickly fills the enclosed space, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed than before.
I remember you work in a theater troupe.
I nod before remembering that she can't see me from up front. I shift my gaze a little awkwardly to the letter that encases the back of the car seat. The letter is crisscrossed with dense organic wrinkles which segment into countless miniature triangles. It's mesmerizing. Yeah, the Emerald Eye Troop. Have you heard of it?
Not only have I heard of it, I know about the accident you had and your head injury.
What?
There's nothing surprising about it. Our family and yours, meaning the Takuma family, we work together sometimes. This sort of news would reach me even if I didn't seek it out.
At this point, Sakura folds her arms again. Her fingers drum against her clothed joints with a light skittering sound. The Sakuma family. So on top of that magic, they wield this much influence. Enough for Sakura to bring it up with me. But what does she know about the truth of that incident?
The newspaper said there was an explosion. Was there something more behind it?
I realize now that I've been speaking my mind aloud. But Sakura's expression seems genuine. There's no sign that she's acting. No, nothing. I was just thinking that trains don't just overturn out of nowhere.
You have a point. Dear me, I was sure your uncle or your sister would have met with you. When I heard that you'd lost your memory, I thought it was just your family's pretext of fobbing me off. I only realized it was true when I saw you today. Sarina and the family most likely know the truth. Perhaps you can ask them?
Sarina. I make a mental note of that name. Pretext? What do you mean by that? What did they do?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. In any case, if you plan to go back, no. Given what your sister is like, she'll make sure you go back. If you're still completely in the dark then, it will be far too late. Oh well, what I'm about to say might not be the best coming from me, but I think you should at least know some of the facts. The current head of the Sakuma family is your uncle, Minoru Sakuma. Your parents? Never mind that. The point is they left you and your younger sister Sarina to be raised by him. It's been over a decade since then. Sakuma-san is a highly capable man. But when he was running the Sakuma family business, he wasn't too fond of the Sakuma name. And so, as far as the public knows, the family enterprise has nothing to do with the family itself. That's why it's understandable that you don't know anything about it. The original cover story was that, being the eldest son, you have your own dreams and aspirations. As such, most people believe that Sarina will ultimately inherit the business, and your head injury totally, truly clinched it. But if you were to come back, that would change things, especially after Sakuma-san alerted our family again. Sarina has spent the past few years shadowing Sakuma-san as his apprentice. He's changed so much. I can't say I understand her any longer. She's a bit too headstrong, and her tactics can be rather underhanded. In all sorts of things, including when it comes to her brother. Not to mention how the Sakuma family also. Are you listening?
When she mentions those two names, Minoru and Sarina, a familiar splitting pain suddenly courses through my skull. My headache, which has subsided over a year of recuperation, now flares like a furnace rekindling from embers, kicking up fragments of memory.
Do you have to go, Oni-san? With them? So that's it. I see. It's okay, Oni-san. You've always been the one protecting me. This time it's my turn to protect you. Minoru-san is coming. Oni-san,
Ah, here you are. Your teacher tells me you've done fine work with your recent assignments, but you seem far too tired lately. Why didn't you tell me about this? I don't recall ever instructing you to be the kind of child who doesn't dare speak up. Your sister does excellently. Very well. Take the young master back to his room and let him have a good long rest this time. Oh, and put him on a lighter diet. Be sure to tell the kitchen staff not to add salt.
Hey, are you alright?
Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate kits. I forgot to turn off the drink redeem. That's gonna be a normal hydrate.
I don't have alcohol tonight.
I wish I had alcohol tonight. I'm gonna buy alcohol tomorrow. There's a convenience store like outside. I should, well, okay, our city has a, it has a like curfew for alcohol, for selling alcohol. It's past that now. The only way I've managed to skirt this curfew before was like I worked in a different city, so I would buy alcohol, ride the train back to my city, and then chug, 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 chug. Chug, 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 chug. Sarina and Minoru-san? Amidst these memories unearthed from some unknown recesses of my brain, a voice is calling out. I heave great gasps of air. The sharp pain slices Sakurai's words into unintelligible pieces. It's only after the pain slowly recedes that I gain some breathing room. Sakura is clutching the padded passenger seat, alarm still lingering in her face. I kept calling you, but you didn't answer. How are you feeling? Do you want to get a checkup? We're already at the hospital. The grand entrance of the GK hospital casts its long, dense shadows over Sakurai's face. She's frowning once again, brows drawn together into fine creases. I'm fine. I get these flare-ups sometimes. Don't worry. Really? Really. She continues to stare at me with furrowed brows. Her gaze rakes across my face, damp with cold sweat. I force a rather stiff smile. It must look quite unsightly, since Sakurai's frown deepens even further. After a while, she swivels and looks away. Her voice has regained its coolness. Since you're all right, it's no longer my concern. You may leave. Don't forget to wipe your sweat before you go. I get out of the car, carrying the basket of flowers. Sakurai waves to me through the window and turns back and says a few words to the driver. Driver! 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 I'm sorry for clapping. I realize it was hard. She slowly vanishes from sight to the sound of the chugging engine. Only then do I shift my gaze to the hospital side. GK Hospital looks like it was built not too long ago, given its relatively Western architecture, but it's a huge building. Even at this late hour, it blazes with lamplight, and through the neatly arrayed glass partitions, I can make out the throng of busy medical staff and patients awaiting treatment. Well, this means I'm far from being the only late-night visitor. Room 201. The wind gusts across my damp forehead and I shiver. I'd better hurry in. The corridors of the inpatient ward are only lit by small lamps, most likely to avoid disrupting the patient's rest. I occasionally spot family members seated on benches outside the room speaking in hushed voices. The nurses and relatives all tread lightly as they move back and forth. The lamps only illuminate the tops of their heads. The rest of them remains shrouded in darkness. The shadows at their feet unfurl from short to long like paper cutouts dancing in the wind. The door of room 201 stands ajar. A faint light seeps through the crack underneath. This is the time the staff make their rounds. I can see nurses and doctors shuttling in and out of other rooms. Only room 201 stands undisturbed. Maybe it isn't Kazuya's turn yet. I take a deep breath as I internally reassure myself. Then, moving as quietly as I can, I push the door fully open. You can just enter hospital rooms before? Alright. There's no one else in the room, only Kazuya, lying silent on the bed nearest the window, still as colorless sculpture. The pale moonbeams and pale lamplight weave together to form a gauzy veil, which drapes down to kiss the back of Sakuya's hand. where the intravenous needle pierces the pallid skin. I hold my breath until I see a slight rise and fall of his chest. Then I can finally let the pent up air come rushing out in a sigh. So glad, so, so glad. I gently clear a space among the objects littering the bedside table and set down the flowers I'm holding. Their faint scent pervades the room, and Kazuya's brows, drawn so taut even in deep sleep, seem to gradually ease. Only now do I notice the collar of his fallen open has his collar has fallen open in his sleeve. Between the folds of fabric, I catch a glimpse of his slender neck. I can make out the blue veins beneath his thin skin. I reach out to help adjust his collar. When I brush against his skin, I can vaguely sense that something is different from ordinary skin. There's a certain dry smoothness to it, just like exposed flesh. My fingers tremble a little as I part his collar and uncover what's hidden beneath, leaving it quivering in the cool air. The muscular fibers that should have been covered by skin are instead laid bare. I can see every slight twitch of the vibrant scarlet sinews. And the doctors have nothing to say about this? It's fine. They got blackmailed. They got magic. The wounds are irregular in shape, and an eerie blue glow flickers around their edges, casting a ghastly aura upon this corpse-like form. Rather than shock, worry, or emotion of this sort, what floods through me first is a wild, unseemly joy. These don't look moist. They're not oozing any fresh fluids. They must have been made a while ago. Not as far back as a year and not as recent as the past few days. Kazuya is alive. The wounds are perfectly even where they meet the skin. I can even picture Kazuya pointing the tip of the knife at his own chest and slowly, method, method, met, I can word, methodically carving away his own flesh, leaving behind those scars glimmering blue like an octopus, or a jellyfish, or plankton drifting through the deep sea night. Hatsuyuki's words softly reverberate between. I'm doing so well tonight with words that have 4 or more syllables. Hatsuyuki's words softly reverberate within my head. Is magic again? But even with these wounds, Kazuya's body bears no signs of suturing. He's still alive. He's alive right now. My gaze remains helplessly fixed on those strips of exposed flesh. They rise and fall with Kazuya's steady breathing, viewing them with a raw, bloody vitality. In the stillness, thoughts slowly unfurl tendrils through my mind. Outside, the window is deep darkness, and silence reigns within them. It's so quiet I can hear the fluid dripping from the glass bottle. This atmosphere lends itself to the wildest speculations, urging the mind to run rampant, and so my brain sluggishly churns into action, beginning to tally up all the doubts I've neglected before. Why are Kazuya and Hamuro-sensei, and I, the only one still alive? They must know something, but how much? Or what if, just like what happened to Officer Kazematsuru, they know the truth but can't speak of it? But Kazuya is still alive. That's enough. Enough for me to calmly face what comes next. The secret they don't know. The fate they can't resist. I, or the Sakuma family that Kazematsuru and Sakurai mentioned, will surely stand a chance against it, until the moon outside the window slowly sinks even deeper into the pre-dawn clouds, until the sky is tinted with a faint pink-purple blush, and a steady glow forms around the edges, until my dry eyes blink and are met with a long-delayed wetness. For Kazuya's eyelashes stir, I straighten his collar back to rights, leave a note conveying my well wishes and Hamuro-sensei's request, and I stealthily depart the hush of the sick room. Shutting the door feels like sealing away some secret. On the way back to the troop lodgings, the freshly fallen snow sheds a pearly glow. I rub my right eye where an ache is slowly developing. A breeze whisks past, and when I lower my hand, I notice a patch of color that stands out stark against the white snow. A smear of deep green extends along the street to an alleyway that shows no signs of sunlight or life. From the mouth of the alleyway, the faint rays of the sun are just enough to make out a signboard half shrouded in darkness, and the words inked upon it: Watanabe Hall of Antique Book Antique Books? My god, even the word books is hard for me now. You know what? I'll give this another 12 minutes. The door to the shop is shut tight. Yellowed paper is tacked to it, announcing the shop's imminent closure. And those ominous flickering of deep green blink in and out of existence, fleeting as mist in the sun. They rise and fall as if borne by the great breaths of some invisible beast. An unearthly aura they exude sends chills down my spine. My heart pounds faster and faster, drawing me onward, but Kazematsuru's words are like the reins on a bridle, yanking it back before it can leap back on my chest. He said, "Watch out. Tokyo is a global city, the heart of Japan. I've only just become privy to some of its secrets hidden from the public. Even so, I'm well aware that, in such a vast population, a small proportion can still be a large number. It's plausible enough that a mage might have passed by not long ago. It's just that I look up. The Watanabe Hall of an Antique Book. Hold on, I'm gonna need to blow my nose. Eh. Books! The word is books! The Watanabe Hall of Antique Books loomed before me, blinking gently in a beguiling emerald glow. A snowflake drifts down, light as a white down feather. Another follows, and still more come tumbling until the pinpricks of light are like dots of paint on a blank canvas. The scene seems so familiar, but the elements it compose have been completely transformed. Amidst the haze of snow, a current stirs in the air, unfurling all around me at once, whispering above my head and beneath my feet, bearing some delicate and indefinable scent. As the snow falls, warmth blankets my body. When I stare at that direction, I see nothing but the glow of emerald and white. I don't know whether it's just this so-called Lord Octopteropes manifesting or just a delusion from my frost-addled brain. Oh my god, it's a milk tank. Hold on. Yippee, I got milk tank. Okay. I was in a Pokemon game. Where am I? Everything here feels so real, so it practically breathes with life and presence. It puts me on edge. I want to leave. There's a sudden itch in my arm. It prickles with goose flesh as if my skin realized that I was being watched before my brain could. And those bumps on my skin seem to be growing, swelling out into longer limbs. The sight is familiar enough to dull my curiosity somewhat, but just then something scrapes my skin, like hair prickling against it, and that sharp itch is almost more than I can bear. I better go back and tell her about it. Before I leave, in a tiny patch of unperceived darkness, a feather slips from my sleeve. It drifts downwards, laden with hesitation and unease. Its emerald shaft and white plume settle in the dirty snow melt and gradually dissolve. When I open my eyes in bed, the sun is already aloft outside the window. I have no idea how long it's been up. So we're still sleeping? Okay, we're still sleeping in the same place where we saw all of our dead friends. Sakuma is made of stronger stuff because I could never. I could never sleep back in the same dorm after everything that's happened. My body feels so heavy, like I have sandbags bound to every limb. I've only felt like this after a full day of dance practice. Even lifting a finger is excruciating. The soft quilt weighs down on me, pinning me in place. Only my soul floats in the sunlight with the dust motes, basking in the gentle floral scent. I didn't dream this time, but this dreamless sleep has left me even more exhausted. Maybe this is just what it's like being human. The train crash, death of Hatsuyuki and everyone else, Kazuya's scars. Once something is no longer an accident, but the result of human action, the pain stops overflowing and is replaced by something else. Only when the patterns on the ceiling start to undulate, the shadow of the lamp begins to shift with the sun's rays. Do I finally regain enough strength to sit up and sort through my thoughts? I haven't seen Hamura sensei since getting back. Hamura and Kazuya are fairly close, and Kazuya is generally the only one who stays in contact with them. Hamura does seem to know what's going on, but I still need some way to get them to talk. Hamura sensei's personality is so twisted, I could ask them any number of questions and barely learn anything. I could probably ask Kazematsuru to look into it, but given her attitude, she might end up butting heads with Kazuya. Kazuya. I'm suddenly overcome by the urge to sigh. Surely can't keep hiding the truth from me at this point, but apart from the living corpses and the magic, how much does he actually know? That's enough! The living corpses and the magic is enough. That's a lot. That's a lot. If there's really no other way. Hatsuki, Kazematsuri, and even Sakurai. They all brought up the Sakuma family. I do my best to ignore the nausea that wells up my throat at the mere thought of his name. Might just be due to my amnesia, but I wonder if the family members Sakurai mentioned might not be as warm and kindly as I once imagined. After all, I've never heard anything about the Sakuma family from the other troop members, and it's a fact that we haven't been in contact since my amnesia. But if someone is willing to lend a hand, No, that's wrong. I no longer have the luxury of telling other people you'll do and picking and choosing freely. Sakurai was right. I might have a chance to meet them soon. I don't harbor any deep feelings for my so-called family, and perhaps this is one of the few cards I have to play. As long as I use it well, as long as my younger sister will accept it. My thoughts are interrupted by a convulsive shiver, as if I'm warning my own brain not to venture any further. Or losing my memory. Why exactly did I want to leave Tokyo? Best not to dwell on it. I'll just wait until Kazuya wakes up. Yep, I'll wait until he's awake. The other shoe has to drop then. But before that, there's the bookshop. The only trace that I've seen since the unfamiliar was implanted. The scene that's both recognizable and alien. Somehow, I don't think that's a coincidence. I'll tell the Kazematsuru about it and go take a look. Now that I've thought all of this through, the exhaustion coiled around me like it's a knot that's been cut. The whole tangle unravels and falls away. Well, I'll wash up first and make a call to Kazematsuru and then start by looking into the Sakuma family instead. I'm talking a big game, but my limbs are still sore and sluggish from sleep. My feet feel numb and inert like I'm treading on a cotton wool. Even such a short walk proves challenging. When I drag myself to the telephone, lift the receiver and turn the dial, I still have to lean against the table for support. I listen to the static on the line, stamping my feet lightly to shake off that discomfort. What is it? Kazematsuru's voice sounds in my ear. As I string together a sentence, my gaze idly wanders away, which is how I spot something that shouldn't be here. Hello! What's the something that shouldn't be here are raiders. Hello, raiders. Hi, Dijan John. Let me give you a shout out. Oh, accidentally kicked my water bottle. Welcome, raiders. Hello, I'm Maya Magintra, Cannibal Mermaid VTuber. I have no idea what you were playing. Oh, there we go. Ew, it's still Utaware Rumono. Let's go, yo. Yo, is that the game that's on sale? Is that the Utaware Rumono that's on sale? I saw something that's on sale. I was kind of planning to buy it, but I'm also like, do I? Do I? There's gonna be a Steam sale in like a few days, right? Gonna happen soon. Let me just uta wa re do. Oh yeah, it is on sale. It's on sale. It's on a 10% sale. Oh no, it's just 10%. It's not much, but it's honest. Wait, the game's new? The game's new? Okay, play the original trilogy first. Okay. 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 I can do this. I can play the original trilogy. That's fine. Look, it's in a bundle. It's 6,000 pesos. Okay. So what's the original trilogy? Is it Mask and then the prelude, right? Right. Okay. Wish list. Oh, it is. It is. Wish list. Wish list. And then cry because if it goes. Okay, so prelude first, then deception, then truth. Okay, okay. It's a retelling of the second game. Oh, all right. I, I will wish list it and then pray that it goes on sale. But hey, thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community here. If you need to raid and run, I understand it's almost 11 p.m. Right now, we are keep your saves from okay. Oh, keep the same save. It continues. It carries on. Ah, shit. That kind of game. All right, then I'll only play it in one device. Yeah, we are playing. There's a special reward. Is it boobies? Hello, Del Stayacero. Is the special reward boobies? I want special reward boobies. Yes, hi, I'm Maya Maginra, Cannibal Mermaid VTuber. There's an ad starting in 1 minute. I'm sorry about that. That's just Twitch being Twitch. We are playing Taisho Romance Theatre. It's just the demo. It's an upcoming visual novel from, oh my god, I need to remember the name of the devs. They are 3-woman development team. They are Sweet Some Studio. The plot is, well, there's a lot of like, it's boobies. I'm gonna say it's boobies. There's kind of spoilery if I say the plot, but the plot twist is great. So basically, you are a theater actor with amnesia. This is Taisho period Japan, so just before World War. You have amnesia, and you go back to Ginza. People kinda know your last name. You're like, but why though? But why do they know my last name? You know what? Never mind, because my theater troupe, we're gonna stage a play. Somewhere in the middle of practice, your leading actress, your best friend Hatsuyuki, she falls dead. And you find out that Hatsuyuki, your friend, she's been dead for a while. She's been dead for a long, long time. Her corpse has just been, she's just been waking up as usual. And then performing stuff with you, eating lunch with you, etc., etc. And that was like when she fell during practice, she was like dead, dead. She ain't getting up anymore. You find out that mages are real. You're now kind of investigating a cult that may or may not be involved with the death of your theater troupe. Well, Hatsuyuki. And also the rest of them are kind of dead, dead. They're kind of dead, dead. Also, we might be a Nepo baby. We're not entirely sure. I love the style of this game. It's pretty great. Oh, that's... Hello? What was that? Hey! Answer me. The sun today is the brightest it's been in days. I think the demo is like 4 hours long, so I'm like tanking it until I can finish it because the plot is really good. When I leave my room, the hand on the wall clock is still hovering between 2 and 3. The sun's rays are no longer like a small light bulb, all glow, no warmth. They've grown hot enough to melt away the snow lining the streets. Unfortunately, there are no boobies in this game. I'm not fond of thick clothing, so this is the one good thing that's happened to me recently. The one and only thing. The envelope in my hand seems to be smoldering. Ever since I made my call to Kazematsuru and noticed the lightly scented letter lying on the table, and the fact that there's no trace of damage to the front entrance of my room door, it's been like a beacon in the darkness ceaselessly proclaiming its presence. The paper is dry, soft, and smooth. It emanates the chilly fragrance of violet leaf. The signature on it reads Sarina Sakuma. That's my little sister! That's what made me finally decide to hang up that call, leave my room, and walk out the lukewarm breeze. A younger sister who's vanished from my memories, and who only exists for a fleeting moment in the mouths of others. Perhaps she wanted to save me, a new arrival in the city, from having to make too long of a trip. After the standard pleasantries, she very thoughtfully set our meeting place as the cafe I've been dining in for the past few days, and which she has been spying on you. The tone of her letter was polite, so polite as to be distant, but I feel every word like a thorn in my side. A faint chill crept. Bleh. You know my I've been reading for like too long when I cannot no longer word single syllable words. A faint chill creeps from the soles of my feet to the top of my skull, as if countless eyes just discreetly swept across me, and my skin caught on before my mind could. Even in this fine weather, I can almost feel my teeth chattering, and it has nothing to do with the season. When I push open the cafe door and see that only one table is occupied, dismounting disquiet reaches its peak. It's the strange girl I saw for the first time I came here. She and the maid standing behind her raised their hands in unison, and their identical wintry stares pin me to the spot. Their complexions are equally pale, their spines and arms have the perfect straightness of antique Western dolls in the shop window, ball joints rusted and unmoving. They might never have drawn breath. I recall the peculiar feeling I had when I first crossed paths. Now that I've realized the blood ties between us, that seems to explain it. My sister is calling to me, through our kinship by blood. But why is she like this? Time seems to have frozen. The silence is heavy enough to choke on. I can barely think of anything else. It's all I can do to maintain my calm exterior. Are you Sarina Sakuma? The afternoon sunlight is bright enough to illuminate every speck of dust drifting through the air. In this world, saturated with the sharp scent of coffee, sits the doll-like girl, gazing straight at me with keen, golden eyes. Eventually, the muscles at the corners of her mouth flex, and a smile forms on her lips. It's a little stiff, but brings some life to her face.
Yes, it's me, Onisama.
Her lips part ever so slightly, and she slightly exhales a long, slow breath that skates across the past, stirring up ripples on its blank surface. Then she gestures, directing my attention to the stack of documents on the table.
I do think you must have realized already, but to ease all your doubts, here's the proof that you are truly my big brother.
I shake my head. For the already renowned daughter of the Sakuma family, there's no need to bother with establishing bona fides, whether hers or mine. No need for that. I don't think you'd lie to me about this. Sarina seems fully satisfied with my reaction. She doesn't just raise the corner of her lips, but her eyebrows as well.
It's been a long time. You look much better than you did before. I'm so glad. Please, sit down. I want to chat with you. Go to the kitchen and hurry them along. I don't want the snacks to be late. Yes, miss.
The maid dips in a small plow and slips away as silently as a piece of paper. Sarina, for some reason, hearing that Onisama made me even more inclined to address her this way. Keeps her eyes on me until I'm seated on the other side of the booth. Only then does her unnerving gaze retreat. She picks up her teacup. Against that artificial white, the velvet gleams a brilliant red.
Minor-sama does not let me waste too much time outside, even though I have so much to tell you, Onisama. Please forgive me. This has to be a short sibling reunion. But before that, I think you have something you want to say to me, Onisama. I keep saying Onisama. It's not like I miss you or anything, baka.
Tarina takes a dainty sip of coffee, then sets the cup down on the saucer with a clink, leaving me room to speak. You should know that I've forgotten my past. So, even if you call me Onisama, I don't.
I see. That's fine. It was always just me calling you that.
She lowers her gaze. Her eyelashes flutter like wings.
I just wanted to call you my big brother. I haven't seen you in 2 years. It doesn't matter if you've forgotten the past, our past. I'm just so very lonely. So lonely that I want to cling to even the smallest scrap of hope. That's how it is.
Her expression is as cold as ever, but her eyes and brows droop down toward her little silver spoon, swirling soundlessly in the cup.
You know, Onisama, back when you loved candied plums and sweet rice balls, I thought you were being so childish, eating all those sweets instead of a proper meal. A while ago, I finally realized how rare sweetness is. But you were gone by then, Onisama.
Sarina's voice has gone soft. Sanda's hands stick in the air, and the words I'd prepared stayed jammed in my throat. I swallowed them back down. Sorry, I'm just worried. I don't know what to say to that, but I don't want to be rude. I hope you don't mind. Sarina gives me a smile. Her facial muscles seem to have limbered up a little. Compared to her smile earlier, this one is more childlike and more befitting her age.
It's okay, Onisama.
Well, that you called me here and you even. The thought of that letter delivered to my room while I was fast asleep makes my skin crawl and brings an involuntary frown to my face.
Oh, that. I had somebody tell you. I'm sorry, Onisama. And I discovered something I wasn't expecting, so I wanted to give you a warning.
She's so calm as she spits out words that make it impossible for me to stay calm. I'm on the verge of screaming. That would be rude, but at this point I can't bring myself to care about these niceties or whatever danger she's talking about. What do you mean you had somebody tail me?
Well, I mean, I assigned detectives, or as I like to call them, money-hungry fools, to keep a constant eye on my vulnerable brother and make sure he doesn't get caught up in anything strange or dangerous. That's all.
She cocks her head, seemingly perplexed by my reaction. A lock of hair tumbles over her forehead, obscuring the sharp contours that frame her eyes.
I was concerned for your safety, Onisama.
That doesn't mean... Why didn't you ask for my consent? I tap down my swell of bitterness and keep my voice as even as I can. Sarina doesn't look any older than 17 or 18. Just what sort of family environment could make this young girl think that sending people to tail others, no matter what the motivation, is a reasonable thing to do? But Sarina's response seems to mock me for having forgotten myself and crossed the line. In a perfectly flat tone, she says the words I least want to hear in this situation.
That doesn't matter. Itsuru Kazematsuru is actually a very level-headed person. I'm not worried about this little adventure you've arranged with her. After all, she can handle most of the special circumstances. It's just that you don't seem to have very good luck, Onisama.
What does that mean?
You still haven't noticed, Onisama? That's all right. That's exactly why I'm here. Just like how you can see fresh traces of magic now, you don't know how to rein in your own aura. And to other mages, that makes you, uh, let's say a sitting duck. It's adorable.
I don't see what's adorable about it, but Serena carries on, heedless.
But these traces are like stains. They'll eventually be washed away by the rains of time. And thanks to the hard work of the Special Investigation Division, Tokyo has always been very peaceful. So peaceful that people who use any sort of little magic trick do their best to cover their tracks. The familiar she gave you simply lets you notice what other mages are nearby. You can see the traces their breath leaves behind, which are impossible to hide. Usually that's more than enough. But the strange activity you saw after leaving the police station, followed by the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books, that can only mean one thing. It has its eyes on you.
As she speaks, her spirits seem to rise. Some trace of inflection even enters her voice.
After all, you've forgotten everything you were taught before you left, haven't you, Onisama? Whatever its goal is, it seems to really want you to go inside and see. You just made your promise to her, and in the next instant, a clue appeared. Isn't that like those spirits who grant wishes in supernatural tales?
I swallow a mouthful of spit. It rasps like sandpaper in my dry throat. You're saying that was what they call Lord Octopteropes?
Most likely. That wretch said he didn't get a good look. I think you will end up going to that shop, Onisama. Isn't that right?
I nod. I don't want to go back on my word to Kazematsuru. And since Sarina came looking for me and didn't bring up Lord Octopteropes, he must have some information on the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. She brings her velvet-gloved palms together lightly. The soft clap echoes in the space between us.
I see you understand, Onisama. That's good. Minoru-san wants to see if you've made any progress in these years away. He thinks the bookshop owner will make a perfect target. But I still can't bear the thought of you getting hurt, Onisama. So please, listen to me carefully. Before you came back, I just happened to acquire a little information through certain means. Some of it involved the bookshop owner, Tomoya Watanabe.
Hearing this, I unconsciously snap to attention.
She's quite a well-known black mage. 20 years ago, she started working for an unofficial organization called the Assembly of Truth. The earliest records on the Assembly of Truth date back 40 or 50 years. To sum up, it's a church that uses the guise of Shinto to carry out mass rituals of debauchery and pursue the unification of all beings. I won't elaborate any further on the specifics of their worship. They'll expand on it in great detail, I'm sure. Watanabe was already notorious before joining the Assembly of Truth. Like a classic black mage, she hoped to explore the secrets of life and death through her research. The Assembly has recently established bases in Tokyo. The old bookshop you saw is one of them, Onisama. And after Tomoya Watanabe joined the Assembly of Truth, she leveraged her power to run even further amok. Due to her lack of restraint after her clash with the Special Investigation Division, some information about her magic gradually came to light. To be precise, she can use magic traces as ink and spend time writing books about the lives of the magic owners. Once a book is complete, she can wield the magic of the person who left that trace. The ambush which drove Kazematsuru mad is also what allowed them to figure this out. But it's unfortunate that those of officers died in vain. In the end, they were nothing but additions to Tomoya Watanabe's book collection. They did some damage to Watanabe but were all brutally killed. Itsuru Kazematsuru nurtured the thing from nothing, and she was the only one who managed to escape. And on top of that, Watanabe was cleared of all charges. What a waste.
You mean what she's going up against is...
That's right, Onisama. An enemy who, having survived once, becomes even more harder to defeat. And recently, she emerged from her burrow like a mole waking from slumber, sniffing around for a new target. What do you think, Onisama? If you do come home, no matter what Watanabe tries to coerce you, she won't pose any threat. You'll be completely safe. As for Itsuru Kazematsuru, once she's made up her mind to die, who can stand in her way? Sarna's tone has grown gentler, but with this sentence it snaps back into unyielding ice. Anxiety squeezes my heart in a tight fist. I look into this girl's eyes, and as they gaze right back at me, I realize that, aside from the very deliberate honed tips of those eyes and brows, her golden irises are very much like mine. They're only a little more solemn. I almost agree immediately. Almost. Before I answer, I have a question too. What sort of person is Itsuru Kazematsuru? The girl's eyes widen slightly and her expression clouds. I begin to wonder if I shouldn't have said that, but then she finally speaks. If you take this chance to make her promise you something, she'll do it. That's the kind of person she is. Thank you. Just as I thought, if I get Kazematsuru to owe me a favor, if Kazuya is really connected to that mysterious organization. Sorry to disappoint you. I look away before the girl's expression melts into sorrow. I don't mean to turn you down, I just need more time to think. And before that, I have to settle things with Kazematsuru. Even though I have the right to refuse her, I need to keep my word. Even as I mount this lofty proclamation, I just hope this girl doesn't expose my pretense. Is that so? I see you've learned how to bluff too, Onisama. Sarina makes a sound of cold disdain and I almost slump over. Her stare is almost palpable against my skin. Only when it shifts away can I catch my breath. The bitter taste of deceit now replaced by guilt welling up my throat. Well, in exchange for your rather unsatisfactory response, I'll go on a while longer. Let me tell you a thing or two that might give you nightmares. Do you know something, Onisama? Most mages' inborn talents manifest as soon as they draw their first breath. There are very few people like you who live an ordinary life until sensing a deity's presence, becoming a mage. And among those very few records, there's no one else like you, Onisama, who beholds their patron deity so frequently. Well, I can't say that for sure. After all, the records only reflect the formal list of rightful deities. There are also non-human beings that take advantage of this to entrap followers, reach and expand their influence. It gets dangerous. That thing by your side, Onisama, doesn't seem to be anywhere in the Takamagahara myths, does it? Cold sweat trickles from my palms. Judging from Sarina's description, rather than saying that Lord Octopteropes has arrived, it might be more accurate to say, has it always been with me? When those words leave my lips, Sarina's expression slowly ices over, until it transforms into a spine-chilling smile. Don't be scared, Onisama. Just come home. It will all be fine once you're home. When the time comes, I'll protect you. Sarina-sama, the maid slowly interrupts us. I have no idea how long she's been silently standing beside the table. My deepest apologies for interrupting your meeting with the young master. But it's almost time for the meetings to arrange between you and the supplier. Sarina's expression doesn't flicker. She sets down her teacup, not much emptier than before, and rises to her feet. All right, Onisama. It looks like you need to make up your mind. Before you do, I hope you consider that you still have a little sister waiting at home for you, and you've abandoned her for so long. After Sarina and her maid depart, I have no time to waste either. I leave the cafe and almost immediately run into someone I saw not too long ago. Itsuru Kazematsuru is standing in front of the long door in the alleyway. She couldn't have been here long. Her footprints are still intact in the snow. What are you doing here? What am I? You've got some nerve saying that. If a certain someone didn't hem and haw over the phone, say he had an emergency, and hang up on me right after I picked up, you'd think I'd be ditching work to run over here? She gives me a few rough swats. You're not hurt, at least. What happened? Sarina Sakuma just showed up looking for me. Oh, your sister. Well, how did it go? What did you think? She's kind of a weird kid, but at first I thought it was all just a misunderstanding, but it turns out blood ties really are a magical thing. She came to see me to tell me about the black mage named Tomoya Watanabe. What was that name? My voice involuntarily softens under Kazematsuru's steely stare. Tomoya Watanabe? Where is she? She runs an old bookshop called the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. Her exact location is... Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Just fine. So she didn't escape punishment. She even waltzed back to Tokyo in broad daylight. I have never gotten one of her cases. I'd have recognized her right away if I did. Say you hid it this long. Either she's learned to cover filthy tracks or someone around me is helping her. Great. Just perfect. What else do you know? The shop's probably going to shut down soon, but I don't know when. I choose my words with caution. Kazematsuru places a few restless steps, then comes to a decisive stop. Lead the way. Right now? Right now. Don't tell me to think it over or any of that bullshit. If I go back to prepare, this will blow up into a big deal. It'll be too late by then. Take me there and leave. As for what I promised you, go see Shibata. He's a coward, but he obeys my orders. I've already told him to help you out. He won't leave you hanging, don't worry. Don't just stand there. All you have to do is point me in the right direction. Tell me where she's hiding, what street, which alley. And stay out of it. Or are you refusing? Kazematsuru's expression steadily darkens as I remain silent. But for Kazuya's sake, no matter what, I have to bite the bullet and make a proposal she's sure to reject. I'm not refusing. It's just, I want to go with you. Have you gone mad? No, you said it yourself. My powers are special. I can help you. Sarina and Minoru Sakuma, they think so too. That's so. I look up and for what feels like the first time, I meet her eyes of my own accord. I have to muster even more courage than I imagined. Bringing a newbie with me would be insane. This isn't like one of your little stage plays. You could die. Perhaps. Perhaps just as Sarina said, I really will die and she and her and Minoru-san will just look on from the sidelines. But more importantly, I need Kazematsuru alive. I need the truth about what happened to everyone and I need Kazuya to be safe. Besides, this is the nature of the Sakuma family's trial. I have the right to draw on their power unless I pass. I doubt I have the right to draw on their power unless I pass this test. Some things matter more than that. You sure about this? I gaze squarely at her and nod. Sighs and looks away. Fine. I'll give you an opening to cast a spell. But how can I let you face her alone? I can fight too. No, you can't. You've barely even practiced channeling your magic. You insist on butting in, you'll just get in my way. Besides, it's been so long. I have no idea if she's picked up any new tricks. What you can do is conserve your magic while I buy time, and then pinpoint a weak spot for her, just like you did to me before. Too late to teach you anything now, damn it. We'll just have to... Kazematsuru murmurs something. Okay, she's drawing a pattern on the snow with her boot and closing kotori. In fact, those traces with mages can't see aren't really that obvious, which means that if the opponent doesn't have a familiar and you're well prepared enough, you can keep anyone from spotting those little sparkles. That's all we can do now. She produces a dagger from who knows where, and without hesitation, she slices an inch-deep gash into her palm. As blood gushes out, she lets out a trickle into a circular pattern,
Like water flowing through a canal, it runs neatly along a carven route without a single wasted drop. Shocked, I reflexively whip out my handkerchief and try to bandage her wound, but Kazematsuru sidesteps my extended hand without beating an eye. I'm fine. I'm just using my own blood since I don't have any proper materials on hand. Settle down. Keeps a constant murmur as she kneels before the steaming snow. Let this flesh be girded into the power woven within the divine feather robe. Glimmers of light rise from the pooling crimson, clinging to my cheeks, whipping out a burst of wind, like a flock of birds taking off from the eaves into the sky. With every syllable she utters, her face grows paler and paler, as if she isn't spitting out words, but instead the living fluid that swats her organs. By the breath of the sacred trees and the winds that binds the earth to heaven, as Kazematsuru's cry, the wind sweeps from the fallen snow and in a single tiny, dizzying whirl scatters its fine powder once again. The tiny motes flutter to the ground, born anew. There's a flash of light and then it vanishes without a trace. And I know you're worried about me. As Kazematsuru gets to her feet, she smiles. It's a tiny smile, barely there, but I see it. She writes books about the people she battles. That's how she uses their powers. I've already seen almost all of those. I'm sure my subordinates and I are there too. But it's been 5 years since the Special Investigation Division was founded. I was the one who visited them out in their first uniforms. Who could know them better than me? I'm not as frail as you think. Lead the way. And with that, I'm gonna end stream because I'm dying. I'm gonna save. Let's go raid someone else. That is Taisho Romance Theatre. I know I'm almost to the end. But also, if I keep reading out loud, I will die. And I still have a stream tomorrow. So, let's look for someone to raid. Oh my god, Twitch changed their format. How the fuck do I see who's streaming, who's... What? Oh my god, Twitch. Why are there so many different new categories? I don't need all of these categories, Twitch. Um... Um, 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 um. You know what? Let's raid. Are they still streaming? Let me just check. Alright. Yeah, let's raid Tabletop Cinema. He's playing Unbeatable. And I'll see you next time, probably tomorrow. Maya mali. Alam. I'm dying. My throat is dying. I'm still gonna play this game. Dismiss the ad. What the fuck? I'm already reading out. Why do we need an ad? Twitch, why do we need an ad when I'm reading out? Pa 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 pa.